Hello and welcome back to the channel. If you've been following the channel, you will have known in recent times I released an 8-part episode series on travelling New Zealand, all the way from Auckland, travelling all the way down south, straight down to Queenstown, over the span of like 4.5 weeks. And that was at the beginning of the year. Over this year, I've been releasing those episodes one by one, and they've gone relatively well. Stirred up a lot of conversations, which I'm going to do a video on that from a lot of the comments that have come through. I've got a hair in my mouth. But what this is the intro to what I've done is I've condensed all those episodes, those 8 episodes, into one long form video. Now, I agreed they're already on the channel, but sometimes you just want to see the whole thing in one long run, which that's what this is. So sit back, relax, and watch the adventure unfold. Enjoy. A land where mountains touch the sky, rivers carve through ancient forest, and adventure waits around every corner. From volcanic landscapes to golden beaches, 2 islands, endless possibilities.
This is New Zealand.
First leg of the trip, Birmingham to Doha. Smooth flight, nothing too wild, but let me tell you, Doha Airport, now that's a whole different world in there. This place is insane. Designer stores, massive art installations, even a jungle in the middle of the airport, because why not? But we had a 10-hour layover, 10 hours, and let me tell you, the excitement wears off very fast when you're running on 0 sleep. And finally made it to New Zealand, made it to Auckland after what felt like a lifetime of travel, beyond exhausted, but also so ready for this adventure. Auckland, New Zealand's largest city, land of volcanoes, stunning coastlines, and a terrifying amount of seagulls. After an excruciatingly long flight that felt like it lasted somewhere between 12 hours and a lifetime, we finally touched down, blurry-eyed and running on whatever energy remains. After consuming 6 aeroplane meals, our first priority wasn't sightseeing, it was survival. And survival in this case meant finding a good hotel. Enter the Naomi Auckland Airport Hotel. Now, airport hotels usually fall into 2 categories: soulless, fluorescent lit boxes where dreams go to die, or overpriced fake luxury spots with suspiciously small windows. Naomi, however, is neither. Walking into the lobby feels more like stepping into an art gallery run by someone who's had a little too much coffee, in the best way possible. Bold colours, quirky furniture, and an undeniable sense of fun, which makes this place stand out. The rooms, surprisingly spacious, with plush beds that practically beg you to collapse into them, which we did immediately. There's even a courtyard with a pool, because nothing says relaxation like floating aimlessly while ignoring the fact that you should be probably out exploring. Welcome to day 2 of the New Zealand adventure. First day was more of just getting set up, check into the hotel. We got the car, or the blue whip. It's nothing too special, quite expensive for what it is, but nonetheless it still gets from A to B. So for day 2, we are going to the Botanical Gardens in Auckland, which I think is pretty cool from the pictures. We're doing the Sky Tower as well. We're gonna have food and drink and all that kind of good stuff. And then the third thing we're doing is we're going to the Observation Center, because there's some amazing reviews, and that's a squeaky door, some amazing reviews for this place, and it just looks something special from all the pictures like online and Google. Still a squeaky door. And then after that we are going to the new hotel, which is in the Auckland sort of harbour, the docks area. And from that point on, once we've checked in, we'll check out the hotel, and from there we'll just go somewhere else and do whatever we want. Having a car though is key to getting around New Zealand, I think, especially if you're doing what we're doing and travelling around. So with that, let's move on to day 2 and let's see what we can find. After demolishing breakfast, seriously, those hash browns were life-changing. We jumped into the car and headed straight into central Auckland. First stop was Auckland Space Observation Center, but nothing says good morning like pretending to understand the cosmos whilst running on a questionable amount of caffeine. Then onto the Sky Tower, because what a better way to spend the morning than standing 328 meters above the ground, questioning all of our life choices. After taking in the panoramic views and resisting the urge to dropkick a coin off the edge, we made our way onto the next hotel, the Chancellor on Hobson, the place we'd be calling home for the next couple of nights. Right, so onto Auckland Space Observation Center, a place where you can stare deep into the cosmos while simultaneously questioning your own existence, all for the very reasonable price of $5 New Zealand or £2.50. This gives you access to the space gallery and exhibits at least. Now, before you start celebrating your budget-friendly space adventure, there's a catch. If you want to experience the good stuff like the planetarium shows, laser shows, or even getting your hands on a telescope, you'll need to cough up a bit more. Prices vary, and some of these experiences do require booking in advance, so unless you fancy turning up to be told you can't see the stars, it's best you check their website beforehand. That said, even just wandering through the exhibit is worth it. Expect interactive displays, mind-bending facts about black holes, and just enough existential dread to make you appreciate how tiny we really are in the grand scheme of things. Moon gravity, Earth gravity, glued. Look at this for an idea. So you can ask a question and you put it in there, then they put it up on the board and then write the answers to it. So when you come in, you can see what your answer is to the question you put in the box. How cool is that? Traffic here is fucking long. Oh, it's on red now then. Right, let's talk about the Sky Tower, Auckland's most iconic landmark and the best place to stand, 328 metres in the air, gripping the handrails like you're pretending you're totally fine with heights. Opened in 1997, this architectural beast dominates the city skyline, and for good reason. It's the tallest freestanding structure in all of the Southern Hemisphere, but more importantly, it offers panoramic views of Auckland, perfect for spotting landmarks, watching boats dot around the harbour, or just staring dramatically into the distance like you're in a movie montage. There's just information on the windows explaining what you see, which I think is really cool. I can't. 38 mil thick.
Oh my god.
I'm 20.
I couldn't get myself laughing.
No. No. Oh, nah. Nah. I'm like 18 and a half stone. I don't care. It says it's as strong as concrete floors. You're saying, nah. Don't care.
I got heartburn.
I feel like I've just given birth. Look at all the boats. I don't know if the camera can see this, but there, it's like a huge docking area for the boats. That is terrifying.
I've done the Eiffel Tower.
This place is like pretty big. I'm not walking over that again. Fuck that. I reckon I would not work from that. Imagine that, you're just up in there and then that's down there. Nah, I couldn't be paid enough to do that. This, the Mantis Building Maintenance Unit, also known as the Mantis, is a purpose-built machine made to clean windows outside the Sky Tower. Jeez. Wow. Nah, it makes me feel sick. Nah. Something else. I will definitely say though, if anyone wants to come here, I highly recommend it. It is a little expensive, but it is worth it. I was a bit unsure of the cost because like almost $100 to do this. But then standing here, looking out there, like look, kind of worth it in a way. So I definitely, if you're coming to Auckland, put it on your list because this is definitely worth it. And there's some proper chill music as well. Listen to this. Yeah. So put it on your list. It's worth it. But put some money aside. And if you get the chance, try and get the Sky Bar as well. We're hoping to go some point in the next couple of days, but you do have to reserve it. So I'll keep you updated. No doubt it'll be in the video. So yeah. Push. So we're currently at the Sky Tower, and they're playing Busted Year 3000, which, for clarity, is one of the best bands going. Just letting you know. So can't argue with that one. And Sam went and got some very nice cake. Look at that. And I saw everything. Boy bands, and another one, and another one, and another one. From the Sky Tower to the Botanical Gardens, our last stop of the day. And yes, it was still raining because apparently Auckland had decided to embrace full British weather mode. But did that stop us? Absolutely not. Armed with questionable waterproof jackets and a mild sense of denial, we ventured into the gardens, determined to make the most of it. Spanning over 64 hectares, the Auckland Botanical Gardens are home to thousands of plants from around the world. Some exotic, some native, and some that just look like they'd personally evolved to survive relentless drizzle. The walking trails wind through lush greenery, themed gardens, and tranquil ponds, making it the perfect place to pretend you're in a nature documentary if you ignore the occasional puddle ambush. edibles. Alright, New Zealand, calm down. Like, look at this. Grow your own smoothie. So it's giving you, you know, ideas on what to do. Look at this. Compost stuff. Look. It's like literally, they've made it look like someone's garden. Look, a worm bath. You know? It's like they're trying to encourage people to do these things in order to preserve the way of life for this country and the inhabitants, and just even down to the insects. I can't get over how good this place is. I want to live here. I've only been here a day and I've walked into one singular garden. What the f was that? I'm being attacked. I've trod on something. Yeah, just they're doing it right. They are doing it right. Look. So when you bring your kids or your family, it's actually going through what to do. Love it. Love it. I love it. Look at this. A banana tree that's very dead. But, so this garden, literally I'm walking around and I'm like, this literally, it looks like someone's garden. But the idea is, so my lovely girlfriend has just explained that the idea of this whole thing is to give you inspiration of, you know, what to do in your own garden. There's even signs for like smoothies. It's really weird. You don't get anything like this in the UK. It's the little things that are just making it work for me, I think. You know, in New Zealand they actually don't just think of, oh, it's a garden you can come around. They actually think of, this is what you can do for your garden, which, you know, again, the little things. I find so far we've been in the country literally a day and a bit, if not just a day, and what I'm finding so far is New Zealand are very good at doing everything like their way, but they like refine things to be a bit better, you know, like this. Oh, here's a garden you can come around and just look at, but this is also ideas you can do for your own garden, and really good stuff for smoothies. You don't see that anywhere else. So good work, New Zealand, good work. Despite the rain, the gardens were surprisingly peaceful, and if anything, the wet weather made everything look more vibrant. And a little bit of a bonus, fewer people around meant we practically had the place to ourselves. So, was it worth the visit? Absolutely. Would it have been better with sunshine? Yeah, probably. But at this point, we'd fully accepted that the weather had its own agenda and we were just along for the ride. Whether you're a die-hard plant enthusiast or just need a break from the city noise, the Botanical Gardens are one of those places that's effortlessly calming, assuming you don't get ambushed by a rogue duck along the way. Right, so we've checked into our next stay, the Chancellor on Hobson, our base for the next couple of nights. Located in the heart of Auckland, this place is more of a serviced apartment than a typical hotel, which means more space, a kitchenette, and most importantly, laundry facilities, because at some point, even the best planned trips involve a desperate need for clean socks. It's a solid choice if you want to be within walking distance of the city's main attractions, and while it's not exactly 5-star luxury, it's got everything you need for a comfortable stay. But rather than just tell you about it, let's do a quick tour of the place and see what we're working with. So welcome to the Chancellor on Hobson, or at Hobson, and this is the room tour. Kitchen that comes with it. We've booked not just a room but an apartment because we figured while we are in Auckland, might as well get somewhere nice. So kitchen, it's got all the good stuff like water. And it's got everything, it's microwave, toaster, fridge, freezer, which is pretty good. Bathroom, look at that, shower, and one of the good things in this is washer dryer with, washer and a tumble dryer. Very 80s. And then we'll go weirdly through all the strange doors because you can go through there and through into the bedroom. Look at this. Good old bedroom with a view. And yes, that is a balcony. That walk-in wardrobe if you're very small. So technically you can walk in it with a huge cloth. Living room with a reasonably sized TV. And then this is the key feature. Our own balcony with a city view and the sky tower. Now this cost $500, which is around about £250, and that is for 2 nights, I think. And then on top of that, that also includes the parking. Now the parking is $40 for, I think it's for day rates, so you can park there for the day, and that's right below the hotel, but you're given an allocated parking space. I'm pretty sure that is for your whole duration. So if you want to go around the city, instead of finding like places like that, the multi-story, you can actually just park at the bottom of the hotel. It's a little expensive, but you have 24-hour access to it, and you're not paying, you know, overnight fees or anything else. It's yours, and you can use it all day if you wish. So I think that's pretty good. Other than that, yeah, it's just standard room. There's a vase of sticks, I suppose, I guess. But yeah, it is what it is. This is also a residential place as well. So there's people actually staying here, because as you walk in the reception area, there's a load of letterboxes. So I'll put all the information on screen so you can see it, and then I'll see you around the rest of the city. After spending the night in the city and finally giving ourselves a well-deserved lie-in, the next morning was all about getting out of Auckland and seeing a bit more of what New Zealand had to offer. So after a slow start and a questionable amount of caffeine and a quick glance at the weather, which surprisingly wasn't trying to drown us today, we jumped into the car and set our sights on Fairlie Falls, a hidden gem tucked away in the Waitakere Ranges, just a short drive from the city. It was time to swap the city noise for cascading waterfalls, lush rainforests, and hopefully no encounters with oversized spiders. Let's hit the road. Let's pause right here for some important information before we go too far into Fairlie Falls. Let me tell you how we are actually getting around New Zealand. Hyundai i30 does the job, goes from A to B. Not great. I'm used to a Ford Ranger. I'm more wearing it than actually driving it. Now the keys, not great if I'm honest. It does have a bit of a flick. £1,100 for the month. I'm just gonna step in here for a moment because this one caught us off guard. Something to be mindful of when hiring a car in New Zealand: the holding deposit. Now in our case, the car itself was £1,100 or 2,200 New Zealand dollar, which to be fair did include the inter-island ferry crossing. What we hadn't budgeted for was the additional holding fee, a lovely surprise of £500 or 1,000 New Zealand dollar on top of that. not exactly pocket change. So if you're planning on hiring a car, factor these extra costs in because they will add up. That said, was the car worth it? Absolutely. If you want to escape the main tourist hotspots and actually see New Zealand beyond the usual postcard views, it's an investment you won't regret. And now, from me, back to me. Other than that, good old whip. So we're heading to Fairlie Falls, which is just behind us, and that's why a vehicle is necessary, because all the really good stuff like waterfalls and all that, really you need a car to get there. So yeah, get a car. Right, so today's adventure, as mentioned, takes us to Fairlie Falls, tucked away in Auckland's Waitakere Ranges, and easily one of the most picturesque waterfalls in the region. The plan? A scenic walk through native New Zealand bush, followed by the mandatory Instagram shot in front of a multi-tiered waterfall, assuming we don't get eaten alive by mosquitoes on the way. The track to Fairlie Falls starts from a signposted car park on Scenic Drive, and from the very beginning you're surrounded by dense native forest, the kind that instantly makes you feel like you've stepped into Jurassic Park. Huge ferns, towering kauri trees, and just the right amount of bird noises to make you think, yeah, this is proper New Zealand. The walk itself is around about 5k return, and while the way down is fairly straightforward, the climb back up, not so much. Just be prepared to feel like you've aged 10 years by the time you reach the car again. Oh, this is that thing we saw. Yeah. So this curious little device is from something that happened back in 2018. A deadly pathogen called coyote dieback disease started devastating native coyote trees in the region. It's basically a disease that infects the roots of these massive ancient trees and slowly kills them off. To stop it from spreading, they actually closed a lot of the walking tracks around here, including parts of the Fairlie Falls track itself. Even today, some of the access points, like the one from Mountain Road, are still closed. So if you're planning a trip, please make sure you check the website for any updates before you turn up expecting a casual walk. And speaking of unexpected problems, this place also took a bit of a hit during Cyclone Gabrielle in early 2023, which caused some serious damage to parts of the trail. Thankfully, the majority of the Fairlie Falls track is now open again, but they're still doing repairs in some areas. So yeah, beautiful waterfall hidden away in the forest, a bit of an uphill slog on the way back, and just the right amount of environmental drama to remind you that nature doesn't mess around. But honestly, totally worth it. Just maybe bring some comfortable shoes.
So there's a lot of steps, right? So you can see there's a lot of steps. We've literally been going down the steps for ages. I've actually lost count. Not that I count steps often, but if you have any disabilities, I'd probably rule out a wheelchair, because let's be honest, you ain't getting down after this. I don't think I'm going to be walking for a couple of days after we get back up. I think I'm going to get to the top and crave a pint and maybe some ice cream, I think, because it's also very hot. But it's New Zealand, so yeah, why wouldn't it be? But we're so close. I'm so close I can taste it. Look, there it is. Part of it anyway. Quick note, when you're done at the Fairy Falls and you're like, oh yeah, that was amazing, and maybe had a dip, remember you gotta go all the way back up the stairs, and there is a lot of them.
Right, time to pack up, catch our breath from that uphill climb at Fairy Falls and hit the road again. Next stop, Piha Beach, one of New Zealand's most iconic black sand beaches and the kind of place that looked like it was ripped straight out of a movie scene. Rugged coastline, towering cliffs and waves so fierce they practically slap you in the face the moment you step foot in the water. It's only about a 30-minute drive from Fairy Falls, but as you get closer you'll notice the landscape starting to shift. The dense rainforest of the Waikato Ranges gradually opens up and suddenly, boom, you're hit with the sweeping views of the Tasman Sea and this massive, wild coastline that looks like it hasn't been tamed in centuries. And right in the middle of it all, Lion Rock, a gigantic volcanic monolith that's just casually sitting on the beach like it owns the place. It's practically the symbol of Piha, and yes, you can climb it, assuming you don't mind getting a bit out of breath. Something we really weren't warned about when visiting Piha Beach, the sand is ridiculously hot, like lava under your feet kind of hot. Because it's black volcanic sand, it absorbs the sun like a solar panel, and within seconds of taking off your shoes, you'll find yourself frantically hopping across the beach like you're in some sort of barefoot obstacle course. Honestly, if you didn't plan on burning the soles of your feet, surprise, you will. But don't worry, because once you've bravely made it across the sand or admitted defeat and put your shoes on, which I did, you'll definitely want to check out the Surfside Bite and Brew Bar. Just down the road, it's a laid-back little spot, perfect for grabbing a cold drink or some food after being absolutely roasted by the beach. Burgers, seafood, ice cold beers, you name it. And after a few hours of watching the surfers get absolutely destroyed by Piha's waves, sitting back with a drink in hand just feels like the right thing to do. So yeah, hot sand, cold drinks and some of the wildest surf you'll see in New Zealand. Pretty solid way to spend an afternoon. And that pretty much wraps up our time in Auckland. From exploring the stars at the observation centre to dangling 328 metres in the air at the Sky Tower, battling the rain through the Botanical Gardens and chasing waterfalls at Fairy Falls, and finally melting our feet off at the black sands of Piha Beach. It's safe to say Auckland didn't hold back on delivering an adventure. It's funny, you come to a city like Auckland expecting it to be all about the skyline and the nightlife, but once you scratch beneath the surface, there's so much more going on. One minute you're walking through lush rainforests, the next you're standing on a volcanic beach or staring up at the cosmos. It's like 3 different worlds crammed into one city, and honestly, that's what makes it so incredible. But don't worry, we're only just getting started, because tomorrow we're heading out even further to explore some of New Zealand's most breathtaking landscapes. And if the adventures that we've been on so far was anything to go by, we're really in for something special, and trust me, we have something incredible coming up in the next video. So if you enjoyed the journey so far, stick around, hit that subscribe button and join us for even more adventures across New Zealand, because trust me, it only gets better from here. And on that note, I think it's time to grab a drink and recover from today's sunburn. See you in the next one. Today we're leaving Auckland behind and heading south, and we've got quite the lineup ahead. First stop, Hamilton Gardens. But this isn't just your average garden. It's like stepping into 10 different worlds at once, from Italian courtyards to fantasy-inspired landscapes. Next, we're spending the night at the Wild Canvas Tent, a luxury glamping spot tucked away in nature, peaceful, remote, and with just enough wildlife sounds to leave you questioning whether you locked the tent properly. And finally, Rotorua, known for its bubbling mud pools, geothermal activity, and rather questionable egg-like aroma that's impossible to ignore. So gardens, glamping and geothermal madness. Let's get going. Just an hour and a half drive south of Auckland, our first destination is the remarkable Hamilton Gardens. Unlike traditional botanical gardens, Hamilton Gardens offers a journey through a number of themed gardens, each representing different civilizations and historical garden styles, from the elegance of the Italian Renaissance garden to the tranquility of the Japanese garden of contemplation. Each corner transports you to a unique world. As of spring 2024, entry to the enclosed gardens is $20 for non-residents, while Hamilton residents and children under 16 enjoy free access. The gardens are open to the public 364 days a year, closing only on December 25th. Beyond the enclosed gardens, the wider park, including areas like Turtle Bay and the outer gardens, remain open 365 days a year. Hamilton Gardens also host a variety of events throughout the year. Notably, the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival takes place every February, featuring concerts, exhibitions and performance sets against the backdrop of these stunning gardens. Other annual events include the Pacific Rose Bowl Festival in November and the Great Pumpkin Carnival in March, and the Hamilton Fringe Festival in late March as well. Back in the early 1960s, the area now known as Hamilton Gardens was far from the lush paradise we see today. It was actually the city's waste disposal site, essentially a landfill. The transformation began with the opening of the Rogers Rose Garden in 1971, marking the first significant step in converting this neglected space into a public garden. The initiative not only beautified the area, but also prevented the development of a highway through the site.
These gardens are phenomenal. So this is Hamilton Gardens, if you haven't seen it already. If somehow you missed it. And each section has a different era or time zone for the gardens. So we're currently in the Italian Renaissance. And look at this. It is really something else. It's so well maintained. Everything's clean. The colours are just phenomenal. And we're in the height of summer at the minute, so you can see, look at this. There's no rubbish, there's no litter, there's nothing. I think that's a fig tree. I absolutely love this place. Oh, there's some photography.
Since 1982, Hamilton Gardens has evolved into a collection of uniquely themed gardens, each offering a glimpse into different cultures and historical periods. This evolution reflects a commitment to turning a once forgotten area into a vibrant public space that celebrates the art of gardening from around the world.
What is this place? I can hear it's moving. Sam, the trees are moving.
Oh my god. We're alive.
That's a big door.
Sorry.
Whether you're a history enthusiast or a nature lover, or simply seeking a peaceful retreat, Hamilton Gardens offers an experience that's both enriching and unforgettable.
Lead me, duck. Lead me to the promised land. I can't fly, so forget it. So this is the Great Waitomi River. And it is phenomenal. It's very hot. Looks like it's gone down a bit, look. Look at them all. They think I have food. Little they know, I do not. People jumping in the river there. It is a very, very, very communal place. I do think New Zealand in general, community is everything. Along with nature, community is everything. People are happy just having, like, everyone's just happy. The balance between, I guess, work life and just life is really good. Like, it's midweek at the minute and I can't explain it. Everything just seems good and everything seems right with the world. Being here, you know, it's so peaceful. I can't explain it. I really can't. But we just had a picnic with Sam's family, who are, might I say, lovely, and they've helped us out quite a bit with information, things we need to know, places we can go, living costs and standards and all that kind of good stuff. So that's been very helpful. But now we're going to head to the, what's it called? The canvas tent, which is pretty cool. Which I'm properly looking forward to because it's a real time we can sort of switch off. But before we go there, they're taking us to a South African shop and we're going to get some boerewors and some steaks and all kinds of good stuff because there is a barbecue at this canvas tent and we are going to have a braai. So looking forward to it, really. So odds are I'll see you there. Our next destination, the Wild Canvas Tent, an off-the-grid glamping escape nestled deep in the Waikato countryside. And after the last few days of city hopping and driving, an afternoon of nothing but fresh air, nature and absolutely zero Wi-Fi sounded pretty perfect. Bags, jeep we are given to get to the Wild Canvas Tent, path to the tent, and you're about to see, if the battery doesn't die, how far it actually is. This, ladies and gentlemen, is known as Wild Canvas. Oh, bush tech safari. And this in particular is very expensive, but I imagine it is very, very, very much worth it. Because just look at this place. Kitchen, I guess, outdoor kitchen. A fireplace, we want to get the fire going, which we will. Bibaka. Pizza oven. Holy, this place got everything. steps for a gate. There's like another track there. That brings a vehicle right there. We're further down there.
And from above, you get a real sense of just how remote and peaceful this place really is. Just the tent, the trees, and the kind of silence that makes you forget about the outside world for just a while. Now, if you've ever wondered what it's like to go camping, but without the whole sleeping on the ground and battling with the tent part, this is it. Proper beds, a roaring fire pit, and a setting so peaceful it feels like you've stumbled into a postcard. There's something special about sleeping under canvas. No blaring city lights, no honking cars, just the sound of the wind rolling through the trees and the occasional crackle of a campfire. It's like camping, but without the inevitable struggle of setting up a tent in the dark or waking up in a damp sleeping bag wondering where it all went wrong. Wild canvas feels like the best of both worlds, the adventure of the outdoors, but with the actual comfort, a proper bed, space to move, and best of all, a night's sleep without a rock digging into your spine. As far as places to stay go, this one was pretty special, but tomorrow the road trip continues and Rotorua is calling.
Good morning and welcome to day whatever it is. Currently doing breakfast on the barbecue, as you can see. About to drop some eggs that come with this place we're staying at. Some oil, some salt, some pepper, and yeah, just got the logs going for the hot water for the bath. It's a bit of an odd thing. I haven't done that for a very, very, very long time. And not only that, look at this. Nice, already seen drone footage, but look at that sunrise. Let's go in here. Look at that. It is phenomenal. This place is gorgeous. I've already had the drone up once, so I can see myself getting up again. And this right here is how we warm up our hot water for our bath, which is a very odd thing. It's very old-fashioned, but it's quite quaint, has a bit of a charm about it. So everything's very, old-fashioned, off-grid. That's the whole point of this place. So yeah, at the minute, just cooking some bacon. And after that, we're heading to the glowworms cave. So that's what we're doing today. So the glowworms cave is on the agenda. Look at that. Reminds me of that meme. Good times never last. Only tough people last. It reminds me of that. But we're going to the glowworms cave today at Waitomo. And we're also going to Hobbiton, and then from there we're heading a little further north to Rotorua, and we're staying there at a place called the Caramanda. Is it Caramanda? Something like that anyway. And we're staying there for a couple of nights around Rotorua, and it's going to be pretty good. Apparently it smells very strong as sulphur because of the all the volcanic activity and all the hot springs and stuff, so that's going to be a good one. But now we're going to have breakfast, and then odds are we'll probably see you at the glowworms cave. Fun. They are live bees in a wall. They have a beehive in the wall. That is insane. And by the looks of it, this is the honey that they produce. Homestead honey. It's cool. 1 steak and ale cheese pie. I don't think I can eat it yet. It's so hot.
Don't then.
I think it's boiling, isn't it?
Is it?
Got my can of V, a bottle of V. I became obsessed with this stuff while out here. Oh, I'll try that. We were told about the pies in New Zealand, but holy, these things are incredible. So full of flavour, and you can just pick them up from anywhere. And also, I don't know why I'm eating this like someone's about to steal it from me. That is amazing.
I love this. We should buy 4 more.
Steak and ale cheese pie. Leaving wild canvas behind, we hit the road once again, winding through the rolling green hills, quiet country towns, and the kind of scenery that makes you want to pull over every 5 minutes to take a photo. And with a bit of time spare before reaching Rotorua, there was one place in particular we couldn't resist stopping at. Our detour took us to a rather unusual little village. Let's just say if you've ever watched a certain fantasy trilogy involving hairy feet, second breakfast, and a very stressed man holding a ring, you'll know exactly where we are. Tucked away in the rolling hills of Matamata is not Hobbiton, for legal reasons in the video. A film set turned tourist attraction where you can wander past cosy little round doors, perfectly trimmed hedges and vegetable gardens that look like they've been maintained by someone with far too much free time. The attention to detail is ridiculous. Every corner feels like it was pulled straight out of the movie, and yes, the pub is real, and yes, you do get to drink inside. Honestly, it's hard not to be charmed by the whole thing, even if you're not entirely sure what a Baggins is. After wrapping up our stroll through not Hobbiton, it was time to leave the Shire behind and get back on the road. A couple of hours later and a few more winding hills, we rolled into Rotorua just as the sun was starting to dip. For our first night, we kept things simple with a local Airbnb. Nothing fancy, just a cozy place to rest, recharge, and take in that unmistakable sulphur scent that lets you know you've definitely arrived. Rotorua is one of New Zealand's most unique destinations, a town built on bubbling mud pools, steaming vents, and enough geothermal activity to make you feel like the earth might sneeze at any moment. Located in the heart of the North Island, Rotorua has long been a place of cultural and geological significance. It's home to the Te Arawa people who settled in the area over 600 years ago, drawn to the natural hot springs and fertile volcanic landscape. Today, it's a stronghold of Maori culture, offering a rare chance to experience traditional customs, performances, and some of the best hangi you'll ever eat. It's also the kind of place where the ground literally hisses at you, in a good way, that is, thanks to the geysers, boiling pools, and thermal reserves that have made Rotorua one of New Zealand's top tourist spots. After spending the day exploring Rotorua's bubbling landscape and dodging the occasional sulphur cloud, we decided to wrap things up with something a little more relaxing. About 30 minutes south of Rotorua, tucked away down a dusty gravel road, you'll find Kerosene Creek, a natural hot spring where a warm stream flows over a small waterfall into a shallow pool. It's completely free, surrounded by forest, and somehow manages to feel like one of those places you're not entirely sure you're supposed to know about. So after days of hiking, driving, and enduring the scent of hard-boiled eggs in the air, it was time to take a proper dip in geothermally heated water, no less. New Zealand really does know how to do this relaxing thing differently.
This is a very, very surreal and strange feeling. So I'm currently in the water and it is boiling. It is so warm, this water. I can't begin to describe how warm it is. Like, literally, it's not even cold. It feels like someone's run the bath and just left the hot tap on and just let it go into this. It is such a strange feeling. I can't tell you how warm this actually is.
After soaking in the warm waters of Kerosene Creek, slightly pruned and significantly more relaxed, we headed back to the accommodation for the night, recharged and smelling just a little like a thermal vent. The next morning, it was time to swap the hot springs for the treetops as we made our way to the stunning Redwood Tree Walk, a network of suspension bridges weaving through giant Californian redwoods, some over 100 years old, standing tall just outside the heart of Rotorua. It's peaceful, it's surreal, and it's about as close as you can get to feeling like you've stepped into a fantasy novel again.
We are doing that. We weren't going to because it is raining again, but that's what we're going to be doing. Hopefully it doesn't come down too heavy, because if it does, this is going to be a very weird thing to be experiencing up in the trees in the heavy rain. So let's go. These are sick toilets. Look at that. Just to prove they are toilets. Ah, it's cool as all hell, that.
Round and round.
Rotorua's first redwood.
After a restful night's sleep, we set out to explore one of Rotorua's most enchanting attractions, the Redwood Tree Walk in the Whakarewarewa forest. Imagine strolling high above the forest floor, suspended among towering 120-year-old Californian redwoods, some reaching heights of up to 75 meters. This 700-meter long walkway features 28 eco-suspended bridges connecting 27 majestic redwoods, offering a unique bird's-eye perspective of the forest. The design ensures minimal impact on the trees, allowing them to continue their skyward journey unhindered.
It can take 8 people, so there's no way these are going to go. So the sign says it's not going to go, and 8 people can take it. What the f? And you can go higher than this as well. Yeah. What is wrong with people? So the tickets for this were, it was $80 for 2, $40 each. So in UK sterling, that is £20 each, because it's almost halved. It's pretty good in the grand scheme of things, I think. You're probably better off doing it when it's not raining, in my personal opinion. Well, whatever floats your boat, you know.
The forest itself is a testament to nature's resilience and adaptability. Planted in the early 1900s as part of a forestry experiment, these redwoods have thrived far beyond expectations, creating a serene sanctuary that's both tranquil and awe-inspiring. As dusk falls, the tree walk transforms into the Redwood nightlight, featuring 34 exquisite lanterns designed by renowned designer David Trowbridge. Walking among these softly lit giants at night offers an entirely different, almost otherworldly experience. Whether by day or night, traversing the Redwood Tree Walk is a reminder of the beauty and grandeur of nature, offering a peaceful retreat from the bustling world below.
45-degree angle. Basically, big tree.
Big tree.
Big tree.
No baby.
Maths. No. Stairs don't move. Oh, why are stairs moving? Stairs aren't meant to move. Can you stop? I don't want to stay on the stairs that move.
Okay. Keep going.
Only. Oh, no. More maths. Stop. Please. Informative maths, though. Oh, look at that.
While the tree walk usually steals the spotlight, the surrounding forest is absolutely worth exploring. Originally, as mentioned, planted over a century ago as part of the forestry experiment, it is now a vast, peaceful haven filled with towering redwoods, native bush, and enough fresh air to make your phone signal cry. If you fancy stretching your legs, there are plenty of walking tracks to choose from, ranging from 2k to a massive 34k which encircles the whole forest. They are all free to access, open all year round, and start from the main Redwoods Visitor Centre. You can take them as seriously or as casually as you like, just maybe don't attempt the 34k one in flip-flops or jandals, as New Zealand like to call them. After spending the morning high in the trees, it was time to come back down to earth, literally, and start figuring out where we'd be spending the night. We knew we wanted to camp somewhere nearby, but if there's one thing we've learned on this trip, it's that not all campsites are created equally. We spent a bit of time checking out a few spots around Rotorua, and trust me, some were better than others. It's easy just to rock up and hope for the best, but when the best turns out to be a sloped patch of grass next to a suspiciously large generator, you start getting picky. That's where the apps Rankers and Campermate came in. Between the reviews, the photos, and up-to-date info, it made finding a solid site way less of a guessing game. Honestly, if you're into road tripping around New Zealand, these two apps are absolute lifesavers. Eventually, we settled on Lake Okarika campsite, a peaceful spot just 15 minutes outside of Rotorua, tucked right beside the lake. Quiet, scenic, and far enough from the road that you can actually hear the birds instead of someone's Bluetooth speaker. Perfect.
Although a stranger in this continent, I'm always in room for
you. And this is our accommodation for the night. So it is just a tent, obviously, but look at that. This is where we're staying. Tidy little tent. Cost us $100, so 50 quid. Not bad at all. We got a blow up bed, which I'll show later. Sam's already shown me pumping it up. But this is essentially what we wake up to in the morning. And it is phenomenal. Ducks. Look at this. Camping's not for everyone, but I think in a country like this, it's probably worth it. Hoping to see some stars as well, because there's no light pollution and we are literally right in the middle of nowhere. But it's only a 15-minute drive from Rotorua, so it's not too bad. We did go to another campsite before this. It was $25 per couple, which is quite expensive and it's very far away. And wasn't too keen on it, so we said nah, that, left, and then came here. And I think this was certainly the better choice. So, accommodation, view, sorted.
Lake Okarika is what's known as a dock campsite, DOC. That's short for Department of Conservation. These sites are scattered all over New Zealand and are usually set in some of the most scenic locations you can find. They're often simple, just the basics like toilets and a place to park, but they are well looked after, affordable, and a great way to really connect with nature without accidentally camping on someone's driveway. And that brings us to the end of episode 2, a day that took us from the peaceful stillness of the wild canvas tent through the rolling green hills, a visit to not Hobbiton, a first taste of Rotorua, and into the towering canopy of the Redwoods forest. We scouted campsites, soaked in hot springs, climbed through treetops, and managed to avoid any major camping disasters, which, if you've ever tried setting up a tent in the dark, is a win in itself. But we're only just getting started. In episode 3, we'll dive deeper into Rotorua's geothermal wonders, check out some explosive landscapes, meet a few curious locals, and maybe, just maybe, finally figure out if we can escape that ever-present smell of sulphur. So now that's a view. After a peaceful night by the lake and only one mild panic about whether the tent would survive the wind, it was time to say goodbye to Okarika and hit the road once again. Today we're heading further south, chasing geothermal chaos, lakeside towns, and eventually the capital itself. First stop, Taupo, a town that sits on the edge of a lake so big it could swallow London and still have room for snacks. From steaming craters to lakeside strolls and coffee strong enough to question your life decisions, Taupo has a bit of everything. We'll then camp out for one last night under the stars just south of the lake before heading towards one of the most stunning waterfalls in the country. Spoiler, it's loud, it's powerful, and yes, we probably got too close to the edge. And finally, we'll wrap up our journey through the North Island with a proper send-off, a trip to Wellington, New Zealand's windy little capital, home of great coffee, cable cars, and more uphill walking than is necessary. This is episode 3, from crater lakes to crashing waterfalls and everything in between. Let's get going. Taupo, or more accurately, Lake Taupo, is the largest lake in New Zealand, and fun fact, it's actually a giant supervolcano. You're basically standing on top of a geological time bomb, but in the most relaxed, tourist-friendly way possible. The town itself is a mix of adventure sports, scenic views, and places to drink coffee until your soul vibrates, which, as it turns out, is exactly what we'll be doing. While we're here, we'll be visiting the world-famous McDonald's, and no, this is not sarcasm. This has a literal decommissioned plane parked out front that you can eat inside because why not, I guess.
Then we're off to witness the raw power of Huka Falls, where the Waikato River gets squeezed into a narrow canyon and blasts out water fast enough to fill an Olympic swimming pool under 10 seconds casually. After that, a sweeter stop at the Huka Honey Hive, part honey tasting experience, part gift shop, part why is this bee-themed merch kind of tempting. And finally, we're heading out onto Lake Taupō itself for a scenic cruise to visit the, here we go, Rotorua Irangi Maori rock carvings. Butchered that completely. 14 meters tall, carved into the cliff face, and accessible only by boat. It's one of the most stunning and spiritual spots on the lake, and one of those places that genuinely makes you stop and appreciate where you are. Now, you might be thinking, it's just a McDonald's. What's the big deal? But this isn't your average McDonald's. This one comes with its own vintage aircraft dining area. This Douglas DC-3, built in 1943 in California, has had quite the journey. It started its life during World War II as a military transport plane hopping around the Southwest Pacific. Post-war, it transitioned into civilian life, serving as a passenger aircraft plane in Australia until 1961. In 1961, it crossed the Tasman to New Zealand, flying for several airlines before swapping passengers for fertilizer in 1971, becoming a top-dressing plane, basically an aerial crop duster. After clocking over 56,000 flight hours, it retired in 1984. But the story doesn't end there. In 1990, McDonald's purchased a former car yard site in Taupo, which came with this decommissioned DC-3. Instead of sending it to the scrapyard, they decided to incorporate it into the restaurant. Now you can enjoy your Big Mac inside of a piece of aviation history. The plane's interior seats 20 diners across 10 tables, and the original cockpit is preserved behind a glass wall, offering a unique dining experience. It's no wonder this location topped the list of the world's coolest McDonald's in 2013. So if you've ever fancied combining fast food with a touch of aviation nostalgia, this McDonald's in Taupo has got you covered. After visiting the McDonald's plane, as you do, and enjoying our nutritionally deficient breakfast, it was time to switch it up from the plane to the boat. Lake Taupō is so big, it's easy to forget it's actually sitting inside a massive volcanic crater. In fact, when it erupted nearly 2,000 years ago, Chinese scribes at the time wrote about seeing the sky turn red from across the planet. So naturally, we decided the best way to explore it was on a relaxing cruise with coffee, snacks, and mild existential dread. For about 49 New Zealand dollar per person, you can hop on a scenic cruise out across the lake. That usually includes a complimentary tea, coffee, and occasionally a muffin that's just warm enough to make you question how long it's been sitting there. The cruise takes you across the lake and up close to one of the most iconic and perhaps unexpected landmarks. Here we go. Rotorua Irangi Maori rock carvings. Butchered that once again. Towering 14 meters high, these carvings were created in the late 1970s by master carver Maturiranga Maori artist Matahi Whakataka Brightwell in honor of his ancestor Nagatori Irangi, a high priest and navigator who guided his people to the Central Plateau. And I said all of them names probably completely wrong. Despite the ancient look, these carvings are relatively modern, but they carry deep cultural meaning and represent traditional Maori mythology, guardianship, and identity. It's peaceful out here, and there's something pretty incredible about standing up close and personal with a carving this large, with no roads, no signs, no ticket booth, just a cliff, a story, and a lake the size of Singapore.
imagine the water being that clear.
Imagine being that good at backing up a boat.
Imagine being able to drive a boat.
Imagine having a boat.
Imagine boat.
Just a short drive north of Taupo, and not something you want to sleep through if you're doing the navigating, lies one of the most powerful waterfalls in New Zealand, Huka Falls. Here, the Waikato River, which usually about 100 metres wide, gets violently squeezed into a canyon just 15 metres across, sending 220,000 litres of water over the edge every second. That's enough to fill an Olympic swim pool in about 11 seconds or ruin your kayak trip in 2. Sound, it's like nature's white noise machine set permanently to torrential rage, but weirdly it's kind of calming, probably because you're on a viewing platform and not in the water. There are several lookout points, all free to access and all giving you slightly different views of the falls, but spoiler alert, whichever one you pick, you're still going to get wet, especially if you lean over like you're filming the next Mission Impossible. It's loud, it's fast, it's free, and honestly, it's a bit mesmerising. Definitely worth a stop, just don't try to swim it. The signs are there for a reason. Bees! That's right, next up we stopped at Huka Honey Hive, a buzzing little spot just down the road from Huka Falls, where everything revolves around one thing: honey. There's free tasting, manuka everywhere, and more bee-related merchandise than you think a single shop could legally hold. I left with a bottle of mead, and my girlfriend left with half of the shop. No regrets. We drove about an hour south to Motuapa Bay Holiday Park, a peaceful lakeside spot tucked right on the edge of Lake Taupo. For just 20 New Zealand dollar per person, which is very good, you get powered sites, hot showers, clean facilities, and best of all, a front row seat to the sunset. After one final night of camping, we hit the road bright and early for a bit of early morning serenity and a little bit of geothermal weirdness. Our first stop was Blue Spring, a peaceful, easy trail that winds along crystal clear water, so blue it looks like someone turned up the saturation in real life. The water here is so pure it supplies around 70% of New Zealand's bottled water, filtered naturally over the course of 100 years through underground aquifers. It's beautiful and slightly unnerving how clean it is, like suspiciously clean. From crystal clear water to steaming alien landscapes, our next stop was Craters of the Moon, a geothermal field just outside Taupo where the Earth quite literally lets off steam. The walk takes around 45 minutes, winding through sulphurous vents and bubbling pools that smell like someone left an egg in a sandwich in a volcano. It's hot, it's weird, and it feels like you're walking across another planet, a very humid planet. And because we like to balance scenic beauty with the slightly ridiculous, we tried to visit Prawn Park, a place where you can apparently fish for prawns with rods and eat what you catch. Unfortunately, it was closed when we arrived, which may be a blessing in disguise because I wasn't ready to be emotionally connected with my lunch. Hidden in the rolling farmland near Putaruru, the Blue Spring is one of the clearest freshwater sources on the planet, and yes, it really is this blue. The spring feeds into the Waiho River, and its clarity and purity are down to the underground journey that takes 50 to 100 years. Rainwater from the nearby Mamaku Plateau slowly filters through the dense layers of pumice and rock, emerging at a steady 11 degrees Celsius year-round, cold, clean, and so clear you can probably spot your regrets at the bottom of it. This water is so pure, as mentioned earlier, it supplies about 70% of New Zealand's bottled water, and understandably, swimming is now prohibited to preserve its pristine conditions, a move that's helped protect both the ecosystem and its fairy tale aesthetic. You can reach it via the Te Waiho Walkway, a peaceful track through the farmland and bushland, stretching around 4.7 kilometres one way from the Leslie Road entrance. Along the way, you'll pass shaded forests, mossy rocks, and eventually that surreal slice of sapphire winding its way through the landscape. It's quiet, almost magical, like the kind of place where you'd stumble across in a Studio Ghibli film, just with more sheep nearby. From one of the cleanest, calmest places in the country to what looks suspiciously like the backlot of a sci-fi film set. Just a short drive from the Blue Springs is the Craters of the Moon, a geothermal field where the ground is very much alive and visibly annoyed. This place is like nature's pressure release valve, constantly steaming, bubbling, and making you slightly nervous about where you step. The loop takes around 45 minutes, just $10 New Zealand per adult. You can get a front row seat to what looks like a very dramatic soup simmering just beneath the Earth's surface. Cheap, scenic, and mildly threatening. The New Zealand hat trick there. It's surreal, slightly eerie, and definitely a must-see if you've ever wondered what it's like to walk across a landscape that's actively trying to cook itself.
So the way to describe this is, for those of you that have never experienced something like this, it's like the smell of egg. Sam is not a fan of the smell of egg. It's hot, like steam that smells like egg, but when it hits you, there's also like cold moisture to it as well, which is very bizarre. It's a very strange mix. We've just taken a picture as well, look.
Is it coming out?
But it's a very surreal experience. Like, you're walking around and you're looking at all these things, and there's just steam coming out of the ground. I've only ever seen it once when I was in Japan, and even then it's a very surreal thing to experience. So to feel it again and see it again is one of those things where it's like, I don't know, it's very difficult to explain. Like, look at that, and it never stops, it just keeps going. It's like, to me, I'm almost expecting someone to turn it off. It's like Huka Falls as well. Huka Falls is the same. It's such a falls that I keep expecting, like, how is this natural? I'm waiting for, it's like, I always expect these things to be like, oh yeah, this is man-made, but it's not. These things just keep growing and growing and growing and growing. Like, look at this. It is massive, and you can see why they call it Moon Crater.
Wow.
It is huge. Look at that one, it's just pumping out steam. And you can see why the locals use this as a form of energy. They have geothermal power plants that utilise this area. and it powers building to Taupo, which is just smart, to be honest. Just smart.
Today, the alien-looking landscape is carefully protected by the Taupo Volcanic Zone Management Team and the Department of Conservation, or DOC. Locals and DOC volunteers maintain the boardwalks and viewing areas to keep visitors safe and to make sure no one accidentally steps into a boiling mud puddle while trying to get the perfect selfie.
Who needs a stabilizer when you are the stabilizer? I don't know if this camera can pick it up, but you can hear it. It's like hissing. It's weird because it's like it's not real, it's like it's fake. It's like they shouldn't exist. They look like little bloody what do you call them? What do you call those things?
Races.
No. Meerkats. Looks like little meerkat
I
burrows.
would never have thought that.
Well, I did.
Okay.
Okay. Plane. Making mud. Oh, so they're from where the hot water's come through and bubbles. So, it's not meerkats.
No, it's no meerkat.
It's not meerkats.
Hydrogen sulfide gives mud pools a distinctive rotten egg smell.
There you go. That's why we keep smelling egg.
Yeah.
Egg.
Egg.
Egg. So, for anyone that wants to know, not that they need to know, there is no meerkats at the geothermal trails, which is a letdown. Oh my god, that's well up. You know. Look at that. It's gonna steam everything up, I think. Holy shit. That's cool though. Imagine being the first ones to come across this and trying to understand what it is and what it's for, and is it magic? When it's not. That's amazing. Definitely don't get anything like this in the UK. The pressure from it though, you can hear it, it's unreal.
After a morning of geothermal oddities and the emotional roller coaster of a closed prawn park, we found ourselves 2 hours south of Taupo and on our way to Wellington, and we took a detour to the Taranaki Falls track. This 6-kilometre loop is a gentle 2-hour stroll, gentle-ish, with ever dramatic landscapes of the Tongariro National Park. Think of it as nature's way of saying, stretch your legs a little, I'm in charge here. And I definitely said the national park wrong. Looming in the background is Mount Ruapehu, an active stratovolcano and the North Island's highest point. Standing at a modest 2,797 metres, it's like the overachieving sibling in the volcanic family, constantly reminding everyone who's boss. The name Ruapehu translates to pit of noise or exploding pit, a subtle nod to its lively personality.
Into the jungles we go. Don't fall over. Look at this, look how well it's maintained.
Here we go. Sharing the stage are Mount Naruhoi and Mount Tongariro The slightly shorter but equivalent broad in comparisons, together with Ruapehu, they form the volcanic trio that gives Tongariro National Park its UNESCO World Heritage status. It's like Mother Nature's version of a boy band, each member bringing their own fiery flair to the group. And I have no idea how well I pronounced those, but let's hope it was well.
We've been walking for 14 days. Holy! Look at that! Imagine jumping in there.
Yeah, a lot of bugs.
A lot of bugs.
The trail's pièce de résistance is the Taranaki Falls, where water takes a 20-meter plunge over the edge of an old lava flow. It's a serene spot, perfect for contemplating life's mysteries or simply wondering how many photos are too many. Walking this track, you're constantly reminded of the raw power beneath your feet and the ever watchful eyes of these volcanic giants. It's humbling, really like attending a concert where the headliners are mountains that could quite literally bring the house down.
Now that is a flag I did not expect to see in the countryside of New Zealand. The good old Welsh flag. Very strange. Oh well. I have gained an obsession with New Zealand pies. So this is steak, mushroom and blue cheese. Haven't had this one yet. They are absolute top tier at their game with pies. Oh, that is amazing. The other ones I've had is buttered chicken, that's good. And what was the other one? The steak and cheese. Steak and cheese pie. If you come to New Zealand, get yourself pies. They are everywhere, like everywhere. But find one that's a good one, because shit, you can find an independent baker that's really good at doing pies, you're gonna hit the nail on the head with it. Steak and cheese is the best one going.
And just like that, after lakes, waterfalls, volcanic craters, and one emotional encounter with a closed prawn park, we arrived in Wellington, the final stop on our journey through the North Island. It's been a trip full of surprises, from the raw power of nature to the warmth of strangers, with just enough camping to keep us humble. And now, as we settle in for our first night in the capital, it feels like the perfect moment to pause, recharge, and maybe do some laundry. The North Island has left its mark, but tomorrow we wake up in a new city and the story continues. In this episode, we'll be wrapping up our time in Wellington, New Zealand's capital, and the final stop of our North Island adventure before setting sail into something entirely new. we'll board the Inter-Islander ferry and cross the infamous Cook Strait, leaving behind the city streets for sweeping sea views and the rugged promise of the South Island. Along the way, we'll explore the coastal charm of Picton, stop briefly in Nelson, and wrap up the episode in the one place that was destined to feature a quiet, unassuming town with a very special name. Owenstown. Not iconic, not famous, but how can I not stick it in the video? This is the beginning of a new chapter, a new island, and a road that leads, well, you'll see. Hi and welcome to Wellington. We are currently all the way south on the North Island, and it was a long old drive from Taupo, which was, I think, five and a half hours, so it was a long old drive. We got here last night at like 8:30, so we were so exhausted. Didn't really do much in the way of filming. We ended up going to a bar which was called the Dragonfly, which the food was incredible, but they only stopped serving food. So they stopped serving food at like 9. I think the restaurant closed. Or whatever time it was by the time we got there. So what was like night snacks, a bit weird, had a bit of a night menu, but the food was amazing, a little expensive, but still top tier. And then from there we come back to the hotel, we completely crashed, and from that point on, and now it is morning, so you can see that's our view. So pretty incredible. We're staying at the Copthorne, which is right on the bay, Oriental Bay, in fact, and the docks are just there, so it's really quite nice. The only thing I will say is it is windy, like really windy. The receptionist told me, and I don't know how true this is, but the receptionist told me that Wellington is like the 3rd windiest city in the world. Don't know how true that is. Probably gonna have to look that up. Probably lies. Don't know though. According to worldbucketlist.com, Wellington is the windiest city in the world. The receptionist lied to me. But the plan for today is we've spent a lot of the morning, I've spent the morning doing some stuff for the videos ready to come out when I finally get home, because it's a bit of a downtime for us because we have 3 days. But the plan is to go into the city, into this big old thing, and then we're going to take the cable cars potentially, and then we're going to go up some mountain somewhere. I think it was like Victoria's Point or something, to get some real cool views of the city. You might get the drone out. We're going to have a walk of the harbour as well, and then from there, tomorrow is another full day, and then we're going to see what else we can find, perhaps in the city or even around the outskirts. Maybe go for a hike if our feet have recovered, all that kind of gun stuff. So yeah, just follow us around Wellington, I guess. Before we set sail off to the South Island, let's take a second to appreciate where we are. Wellington, often mistaken for being New Zealand's second city, when in fact it's the capital. Sorry, Auckland. Wellington became the capital in 1865, mainly because it was more central than Auckland and, crucially, had a harbour big enough to fit the Royal Navy fleet in case things got a bit colonial. Today, it's known more for its creative scene, craft coffee, and wind so powerful it'll peel the eyebrows clean off your face. It's compact, walkable, and full of character. And yes, it's one of the few capitals in the world where you can genuinely walk from Parliament to the beach in under 10 minutes.
This is a banger. Check that guy out. Santos Chiros. That is unreal. That is top tier.
After a few hours of wandering around Wellington, dipping into shops and dodging the wind, we needed a proper break, and nothing says comfort
quite like ramen. We stopped at Hey Ramen, a cozy little spot tucked away in the city centre, the kind of place that doesn't shout for your attention but absolutely deserves it. Warm broth, rich flavours, and exactly what we needed to recharge before the next part of the day. Tucked away in the middle of Wellington is a place that feels like stepping into a time machine. If the time machine was powered by flashing lights and pure chaos. Welcome to Pinball Shop, a vintage arcade filled with decades of pinball history, blinking, clanking, and buzzing in glorious nostalgia. There's no swipe card or futuristic VR headsets here, just old school flippers, silver balls, and the deeply satisfying sound of losing a game in under 30 seconds. Whether you're a pinball wizard or just here to button bash your way through a few flashing lights, it's absolutely worth a visit. And let's be honest, how many places let you time travel and break your high score record in the same afternoon? After being thoroughly defeated by a few silver balls and a machine from 1978, we step back out into the Wellington afternoon, slightly humbled, but still smiling. We spent the rest of the day dipping in and out of shops, soaking up the last of the city's charm that blend modern energy and slightly odd character that makes Wellington feel so alive. Eventually, we grabbed some food, rested our feet, and then, because apparently we hadn't had enough buttons and flashing lights for one day, we finished the evening at one of the city's newer arcades. It was louder, flashier, and slightly less nostalgic, but a fun way to end the day of exploring Wellington's weird and wonderful corners. After a long day of exploring vintage arcades and far too many flashing lights, it was time to rest. Tomorrow would be our last full day in Wellington before the road and the sea carry us south. So now it was on to our final full day in Wellington, and it all started with the cable cars. Wellington's cable car has been running since 1902, taking locals, students, and confused tourists up to the Botanical Gardens and Lookout Point above the city. It's only a 5-minute ride, but the views at the top make it feel like a proper little journey. Plus, it's a great excuse to avoid walking up the hill. At the top of the hill, tucked above the city's hustle, you'll find the Wellington Botanical Garden. 25 hectares of native bush, exotic plants, floral displays, and the occasional bold pigeon. First established in 1868, it's one of the oldest botanical gardens in New Zealand and home to everything from ancient coyote trees to roses, cacti, and plants you'll absolutely want to touch, but definitely shouldn't. There's also a whole stretch of native forest running through the gardens, some of it older than Wellington itself. It's quiet, lush, and at the right time of year filled with the sound of tui birds pretending to be car alarms.
And while the gardens are beautiful by day, they also come alive for special events like the summer concert series, which transforms the peaceful lawns into live music venues under the stars, or the Garden Magic Light Festival, where the trees get dressed up in lights, music echoes through the bush, and the whole place turns into something straight out of a fantasy film. Whether you're into botany, live music, or just need an escape from the city for an hour or two, the gardens are worth the cable car ride up.
So that's it. We've got our last day in Wellington was today, and we've just finished the Botanical Gardens. And as of tomorrow, about 1 o'clock, we're going to Picton on the ferry. The ferry's at 1, finishes at 4:30. So by the time we get to Picton, we're going to be on the South Island. So I'll see you there. Shout out to Mount Vic Chippery, because look at this, they've actually done a decent job. It's not cod, I'm not sure what it is. It's what was it?
That's with a G.
Guranda?
Yeah, I think it's like
some fish begins with a G. And then got the gravy, which is nice. Tartar sauce, but the mix up. Curly fries with fish and chips. What are you playing at, New Zealand? That ain't right. But this is proper food.
After 2 days of exploring the capital, from hilltop gardens to retro arcades, it was time to move on. Our journey through the North Island had reached its end. We rolled into the Inter-Islander terminal, tickets in hand, and joined the queue of travellers, trucks and fellow road trippers, all heading south across the Cook Strait into the unknown. The ferry ride is more than just a crossing, it's a threshold. On one side, the familiar warmth of everything we'd already seen. On the other, the raw, untamed landscape of the South Island, a completely new chapter waiting to unfold. As the city faded behind us, there was only one thing left to do. Grab a coffee, find a seat with a view, and enjoy the ride.
Parked there. There, that's where we're parked. This wasn't actually it wasn't a very difficult process. Sam got the ticket online. We showed the ticket to the attendee. Parked up, we was given a lane to go in. We stayed in the lane until we were called onto the boat. And each lane went on one by one, which made it very, very easy to deal with, which was nice. And then you just follow everyone else, and the attendees tell you where to park, and we parked. And that's why we're parked there, somewhere right tucked away in the corner on deck 5. And I just said to Sam, I'm paranoid. I didn't put the handbrake on for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm sure it's on. Oh, barrier's gone down. No more cars on this deck. Oh, never done a ferry before. Inter-Island crossing. It's a first for me and Sam, actually.
The Inter-Islander ferry has been making the crossing since 1962, connecting the North and South Islands across the unpredictable waters of the Cook Strait. Today, it carries everything from backpackers to freight trucks to fully loaded motorhomes and questionable road trip playlists. The journey takes about 3.5 hours, with prices starting around 75 New Zealand dollar per person. Though if you're bringing a car or motorhome, expect that to climb. A standard car will set you back roughly $200 to $300. For a motorhome, it can hit $400 or more depending on size and season. It's not the fastest route, but it's scenic, relaxed, and a rite of passage for any proper New Zealand road trip. Somewhere between two islands drifting across the Cook Strait, the engine hum fades, the sea gets louder, and for the first time in a while, the journey slows down. A good moment to look back. We started in Auckland, wide-eyed and jet-lagged, surrounded by busy streets and seagulls with a personal vendetta. The goal: head south and see what this country was really about. We wandered through Hamilton Gardens, glamped under canvas skies, bathed in natural hot streams, and stood beside some of the purest water in all of New Zealand, the Blue Spring. Then came Taupo, and that really left its mark with us. The landscape, the people, the pace, it was everything we imagined New Zealand would be. It was here after all those miles that we finally felt it, like we'd settled in. The rush of the UK felt like a dream, distant, foggy, and completely irrelevant. For the first time in a long time, we weren't rushing from one thing to the next. We were just here. We explored alien geothermal landscapes, hiked past waterfalls, and ended this chapter in Wellington, the windy capital perched on the edge of what comes next. And now the South Island calls. A new road, a new rhythm, and a whole new story to tell. As the ferry glides into Marlborough Sound, everything starts to shift. The light, the landscape, the atmosphere, it's calmer here. Wilder, like nature has dialed things up just a little bit. We arrived in Picton, a small town curled into the edge of the South Island, the kind of place that feels more like a gateway than a destination. And for us, that's exactly what it was. Because this is where the next chapter begins. A new island, a new journey, and if the scenery on arrival is anything to go by, it's going to be one hell of a ride. We drove off the ferry and made our way to the place we'd be staying at for the next couple of nights. Dropped the bags, stretched the legs, and set out to see what Picton was all about. Now, based on everything we'd read, Picton was meant to be something special. The gateway to the South Island, a must-see coastal gem. But at first glance, it wasn't quite what we imagined. It felt quiet, a little tired, not quite the postcard moment we'd expected after such a dramatic arrival. But sometimes a place doesn't reveal itself straight away. As we'd come to learn, Picton's charm isn't in the town itself, it's in the landscapes that wrap around it. The hills, the trails, the sea, it's a base camp, not the summit. And what surrounds it? That's where the real beauty begins. We started the morning right with a visit to Toasty Lords, a local spot that proves almost anything can be improved by putting it between two slices of toasted bread, and honestly, they're absolutely right. The next morning, we headed out for a short walk to Bob's Bay, a quiet little spot just around the coast from Picton. The trail hugs the shoreline, winding through native bush with the sound of the harbour just out of sight. It's a peaceful, easygoing, and a good reminder that some of the best bits of a place don't have road signs pointing to them. It's not dramatic or flashy, but it's the kind of place that makes you stop, sit, and just take it all in.
On the way back up, it's just going to be us complaining that it's steep and why the f*** we do it. And this is not a holiday. My ears are popped. I got a bug that splattered on me. How's that work? Yeah, I'm going that fast. To be fair, I can see it. I think. And here we are, Bob's Bay Reserve, and it was steep on this. We did make it. Huh, and there's toilets.
We spent the morning unwinding at Bob's Bay, the kind of place where time moves slower and the water is clearer, and you just start to forget what day of the week it is. After a few hours of doing absolutely nothing in the best way possible, we headed back into town for some food. We stopped at the Cortado restaurant and bar, grabbed a table outside and tucked into some seriously good food. The kind that just hits differently when you've earned it with a morning by the sea. Refueled, recharged, we set off again, this time aiming for somewhere even more secluded. Governor's Bay.
Next stop, Governor's Bay Recreation Reserve. Probably the last stop of the day, I think, before we go back and calm down and chill out a bit, because f***ing hell is it hot. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Governor's Bay. This shit looks like something from, I don't know, Doggo. This shit looks like something from Pirates of the Caribbean. It is stunning. I'm so glad we came here. This is fucking amazing. This is gorgeous. I don't even know if this camera can do it justice. Sam, wait till you get here. This is like paradise, quite literally. I have no words. I have no words other than I want that boat. I want that boat. Or that one. That's a nice boat. Oh shit, they got a boat over there. There's a boat there. That's sick. There. I think they're the ones who've got the dog. How is there no one here? Look at this, it's empty. How?
From Bob's Bay, we made our way to Governor's Bay, and honestly, this place felt like it had been plucked straight from a travel brochure, just without the crowds. Golden sands, soft grass underfoot, and water just so clear. It just looked almost unreal. The kind of place that quietly reminds you just how lucky you are to be here. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't loud, but it didn't need to be. Governor's Bay was simply perfect. It was perfect. After leaving Governor's Bay, which we spent a significant amount of time at, we decided to head back into town, grab some food, go back to the accommodation and eat, then sleep, which was probably a good thing because we were both very exhausted. The next day, we decided to head into Nelson, which would be a quick stop off before we head to our final destination. But to do that, we had to go up a road called Queen Charlotte Drive. Now this is one of those routes that makes you want to stop the car literally every 5 minutes just to take a photo. It's a narrow, winding stretch of tarmac that hugs the coastline all the way to Havelock, or havelock, not too sure, twisting its way through the forest and hilltop views that make it almost too good for a casual drive. It's the kind of road that doesn't take you somewhere, it becomes part of the story itself. Our first stop in Nelson was Miyazu Japanese Garden, a tranquil space filled with winding paths, still water, and the kind of quiet that makes you forget you're in a city. The garden was created to honour Nelson's sister city relationship with Miyazu, Japan, and it's designed in the traditional Japanese style, complete with koi ponds, red bridges, and carefully placed stones that feel like they've been there forever. It's not huge, but it's peaceful, and after a few days on the road, it was exactly the kind of pause we didn't know we needed.
And that's it. We've finally left Picton and we are now in Nelson, of all places. A little quick stop off. But the plan is to spend a bit of time here. Look at that. Little Japanese garden. You've probably seen it so far. And then from here we are going to be going to a place called Owens River Tavern, which is just south of here. Probably another hour or so. The only reason we're going there is because it's my name. But we're going to explore Nelson a little bit, have some food, do all that kind of good stuff. And then from that point on, we're going to head to Owens River Tavern, spend the night there, and then we're heading south a bit more just to, you know, keep going. I think that plan is camp at a place called Hanmer Springs, and then from Hanmer Springs, we are heading to Christchurch. So a little bit of travelling yet. But I'm looking forward to Christchurch because it's actually a studio apartment. So we get to, you know, we've got a bit of a kitchen, we've got a washing machine, a dryer. We can actually be human instead of living out of a suitcase and constantly living out of hotel rooms in a tent. So that's going to be good. But let's take a trip into Nelson Central and have some food, shall we?
After strolling through the gardens, we did what every good road trip eventually requires, a snack stop. Woolworths came through, as it often does, with everything we needed and nothing we didn't. We found a quiet spot by the sea and just stopped. No rushing, no filming, just a chance to breathe, snack, and take it all in. One thing we did miss, and somehow only discovered after we'd left, is that Nelson is the home of the statue marking the geographical centre of New Zealand. A small detail, but one we'll happily save for next time. It was our third day on the South Island. We started in Picton, wandered the calm trails to Bob's Bay, relaxed in the sun at Governor's Bay, cruised down the winding roads of Queen Charlotte Drive, and even found ourselves in a Japanese garden in Nelson. But the day wasn't quite over yet, because next on the map was Owenstown. Not a tourism hotspot, not exactly famous, but when your name's Owen, how could you not go? We rolled into town and checked into Owenstown Tavern, a humble little spot with a room, a bar, and more signs with my name on them than I was emotionally prepared for. It wasn't the flashiest destination, but after everything we'd seen in just 3 days, the ferry, the bays, the bendy roads, and the gardens, Owenstown felt like the perfect, slightly ridiculous place to end the day. A personal landmark, if nothing else.
This is the hotel at Owens River Tavern, or motel, I think it is. Pretty good. Got a fridge, microwave, you know, bed, fucking king size or super king bed, which is massive. Good shower. Shower head's a bit low, a bit weird. Bathroom, it is essentially It's the essentials and bog standard of a room. Really good value for money, I think. And TV. Although anyone that's in construction might see this is a bit weird, because I do. Look at that. Plug sockets and essentially a wet area or a wet room. That's odd, that. But look at the view. I like my area. This is Owen's area. I like this a lot.
3 days in the South Island, and already it feels like we've stepped into a different world. The pace has shifted, the landscapes are bolder, and everything feels just a little more wild. From ferry crossings and quiet bays to garden paths and mountain roads, this leg of the journey gave us space to slow down, take it all in, and start connecting with a new rhythm. But this is just the beginning. The South Island has only just started to reveal itself, and what lies ahead of us is bigger, bolder, and a lot more remote. Welcome back to the adventure. Last time we crossed the Cook Strait, landed on the South Island, and made our way through the winding roads of Queen Charlotte Drive, explored Picton, Nelson, and finally finding ourselves here in the grand metropolis of Owenstown. Sure, it might not be a tourism hotspot, but for me, it was a personal landmark worth every mile. Today, we leave Owenstown behind and head deeper into the South Island. We'll be chasing waterfalls, camping by rivers, and visiting some of the most iconic national parks in New Zealand, including a place that looks like it fell straight out of a fantasy novel. The journey's about to get bigger, wilder, and a whole lot colder. Welcome to episode 5, Into the Heart of the South Island. After a rare lie-in at the Owenstown Tavern, we packed up a little slower than usual. No alarms, no rush, just the hum of the countryside and the smell of instant coffee that somehow still tasted like victory. But before we hit our main destination for the day, the stunning Maruia Falls, we took a slight detour because Sam had spotted something on the map that apparently couldn't be ignored. The Buller Gorge Swing Bridge, New Zealand's longest swing bridge, suspended high over a dramatic gorge carved by the Buller River, and naturally, Sam wanted to walk across it. So she did, and I filmed it. But what we did notice is there was a zip line that you could do. Now, I'm someone that likes to keep my feet on the ground, whereas Sam doesn't. So Sam ziplined it and actually got some amazing action shots for us. It's part scenic detour, part high stakes wobble challenge, but if you've got the legs for it, the views are absolutely worth the anxiety. Nestled between Murchison and Westport, the Buller Gorge is more than just a scenic detour. It's a corridor steeped in history and adrenaline. This rugged landscape has witnessed the footsteps of Maori Pounamu traders, the fever of 19th century gold miners, and the relentless forces of nature. In 1862, the discovery of gold in the nearby Lyell Creek sparked a rush that transformed the region. Prospectors flocked to the area, carving out settlements and leaving behind tales of fortune and hardship. The echoes of pickaxes and dreams still linger in the air. Today, the Buller Gorge Swing Bridge Adventure and Heritage Park offers a different kind of thrill. Spanning 110 metres, New Zealand's longest swing bridge invites the brave to traverse its swaying planks 19 metres above the Buller River. For those seeking more excitement, the park boasts zipline rides that soar over the gorge and bushwalks that meander through the native flora, offering glimpses into the area's storied past. Whether you're here to chase adrenaline or connect with history, Buller Gorge delivers an experience that's both exhilarating and enriching. Tucked away in the Tasman region, Maruia Falls is a waterfall with a dramatic origin story. Unlike most waterfalls that take thousands of years to form, this one appeared almost overnight. In 1929, a massive 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck the Murchison region, triggering a landslide that blocked the original course of the Maruia River. The river was forced to carve a new path, creating the 10-meter drop we see today. Standing here, it's hard to imagine that this serene spot was born from such chaos. The falls are not just a natural wonder, but also a testament to the ever-changing landscape of New Zealand. We spent some time here soaking in the sights and sounds, capturing footage, and just appreciating the raw beauty of this place. It's moments like this that make the journey truly unforgettable. The adrenaline of Buller Gorge zipline and the calm power of Maruia Falls, we hit the road once again and headed towards Hanmer Springs. We made a few small stops along the way, the kind that doesn't make it onto maps but are worth pulling over for, just the usual mountains, rivers and the occasional sheep traffic jam. But by early afternoon we'd found ourselves a Freedom camping spot just outside of town, tucked next to a small river, peaceful, quiet, and the kind of place that makes you glad you brought a camp chair. We headed into Hanmer Springs for a short look around, the town's best known for its thermal pools and resort vibe, but for us this was just a small, quick stop, a breather on the way to the next leg of the journey.
And we are now at our second to last camp spot. As you can see, we are in-house. Somewhere in there. We're on this very sort of quiet part of the town. We're in a place called Hanmer, or Hanmar, however you want to pronounce it. And we're camping right near a river. How cool is that? It's very hot here. I don't know how many days in we are. We're in quite a bit actually. I think it's 2.5 weeks, 2 weeks. I don't know anymore. I've completely lost count. But the plan is in Hanmar they've got some hot spring pools or some thermal pools. We're going to go there tomorrow. We've just had some Japanese food again. I got to admit, New Zealand do some incredible food, but the Japanese and Asian cuisine here is absolutely top notch. But the plan is tomorrow to go to these pools, get in the pools, enjoy the pools, leave the pools, and then we are going to do some crazy golf or something, which of course I'm going to let Sam win because I'm nice like that. And then after that we are going to make our way to Christchurch, which will be a stop for a good 5 days, which is, to be honest, something I think we need because I'm very sunburned. I'm slowly turning more New Zealand. I got a Pounamu necklace, I got the linen shirt because shit, it's hot every day, and yeah, need to charge everything. All the drone batteries are dead, this is dying, my phone's dying, it's ridiculous. So once we get to Christchurch it's going to be a good reset point, I think, a bit of a checkpoint for the journey. And then while we're in Christchurch we're going to ping off to a few places, because here in Hanmer we met some woman who moved to New Zealand 20 years ago. She gave us a load of recommendations. Basically we're going to ping off around Christchurch from there, and I think we're doing some like whale watching or something. I can't remember, I'm too hot, can't remember anything. But from that
will see you tomorrow.
Nestled in the Canterbury region, Hanmer Springs has long been a haven for relaxation and rejuvenation. The thermal waters here were first discovered by European settlers in 1859, but Maori had been aware of these healing springs for generations, using them during their travels across the South Island. By 1883, the first formal bathing facilities were established, marking the beginning of Hanmer Springs as a wellness destination. The town's reputation grew, and in 1916, the Queen Mary Hospital was opened to treat soldiers returning from World War I, particularly those suffering from shell shock. Over the decades, it evolved into a renowned centre for addiction rehabilitation before closing in 2003. Today, Hanmer Springs seamlessly blends its rich history with modern comforts. Visitors can soak in the mineral-rich waters, indulge in spa treatments, or explore the surrounding landscapes, all while being part of a legacy that spans centuries.
Shocking.
It's back!
What did I say?
Yeah!
Hey.
No! Look at this! How's it stuck on the hill?
No, that doesn't count. Don't cheat. Oh, I thought I was gonna stop.
And me, I was literally about to kick off.
Oh.
It's a rough start, that.
This is a hole 12 and it's a par 2. The wind is easy, but it is a hot day. She's hit the ball, it's going for the bounce. Oh, that was the first shot. It's gone okay, but might be a little tricky from here for the championship.
It's very tense. She goes for a second hit, does the rebound, and it's all over the shop. I think the wind would probably be a factor if there was any, but there isn't.
Oh, straight down the middle, it's off the course!
Yay! What was that, 3?
The next morning, we hit the road again, leaving behind the stillness of our riverside camp and heading towards somewhere we'd been looking forward to since the start. Christchurch, the largest city on the South Island, and more importantly, the place we'd be calling home for the next 5 days, our longest stay yet. After weeks of moving around almost daily, it finally felt like we'd had chance to pause, to breathe, to look back on everything we'd seen so far, from volcanoes and lakes to waterfalls and swing bridges, and just take it all in. Christchurch wasn't just the next stop, it was the reset, the halfway point, if you will, the city that would give us some time to slow down before the road called again.
So, bit of an update. We are finally in Christchurch, of all places. It took us from Hanmer to here 2 hours, I think, with the stop-offs and getting fuel, because fuel stations are very few and far between. But we finally made it to Christchurch. We did a bit of shopping. It's now coming up, dunno, I haven't got a watch on. It's coming up a bit late, around about 9 o'clock-ish. Just took all the footage off all the drones and all the cameras and all that kind of stuff. Just had food and watched Edge of Tomorrow on Netflix. Very underrated film. Fantastic film. Do go and watch because it's very good. Edge tomorrow. And yeah, we're getting ready to go to bed. And then tomorrow we're going dolphin watching because I forgot about this. And apparently it's going to be pretty good. And then that's tomorrow, so that's the 6th. The 7th we're going knife making, which is very bizarre. Sam booked it for my birthday, but I am buzzing for it because it is something I've always wanted to do. Make my own knife, or make my own sword. But because of customs and everything being all dangerous and sharp, we can't make swords, so we're going to make a knife instead. And then the 8th, I don't know, we're going whale watching, which is an all-day thing, which we're looking forward to. There's wine tasting and a bit of food. I think they're just fluffing the day up a bit, to be honest. Who cares? Still going to be pretty cool. So we're going whale watching. And then I think the last couple of days in Christchurch, I think we leave on the 10th. Yeah, we leave on the 10th and then we go somewhere else, somewhere near Twizel for camping. And then from Twizel to Dunedin, then Invercargill, and then finally into Queenstown. So the holiday's moving fast, but while we're in Christchurch, it gives us a good base just to sort of relax, refresh. I can deal with all charging the equipment and getting all the footage off and just sort of recharging ourselves really after doing so much travelling. This is one of the places where we stay the longest, which is nice, instead of just pinging left, right and centre. But we have got quite a few activities we're doing, but having a good base is always key, I think. Good food, good rest, just, you know, recharge, chill, with a good can of V, because I'm obsessed with this stuff. And this cider as well. Montits. See that? Montits crushed apple cider. The best cider I've ever had in all of my existence. As much as I love British cider, that really does it. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go to bed. And once I've gone to bed, I'm going to go to sleep. Then we're going to wake up in the morning and we're going to go watch some whales. No, dolphins. Dolphins are whales anyway. They're just smaller. They're all the same. They swim. So I'll see you tomorrow.
Our first full day in Christchurch wasn't spent in the city at all. Instead, we hit the road driving just over an hour southeast to a place that looked like it'd been pulled straight from a postcard. Akaroa, a small harbour town nestled in the heart of an ancient volcanic crater known for its French heritage, laid-back charm and dolphins. But first, breakfast. We stopped at a wild-looking cafe that seemed part jungle, part art project, and fully committed to serving incredible food. The kind of place where even the coffee felt like an experience. Then it was time to head out onto the water aboard the Fox 2, a historic sailing boat built in 1922 and still going strong. From its rigging to its rich maritime history, the Fox 2 has lived 1,000 lives, and today it was taking us dolphin watching. Akaroa is home to the Hector's dolphin, the smallest and rarest maritime dolphin in the world, and seeing them in the wild skimming alongside a century-old vessel was something special.
We're going to war, people! Ready yourselves! Get ready to fight! 20 seconds!
Absolute rage.
This is a banger, this.
After 4 to 5 hours on the water, dolphins, wind, and a boat older than most countries I visited, it was time to sail back to shore. We made the journey back to Christchurch just as the late afternoon sun started dipping behind the hills, but with a little light left in the day, we weren't quite done yet. We wandered around the city centre for a bit, taking in Christchurch's unique blend of old meets new, and then, as now has become tradition, we found ourselves playing arcade games again, because when in doubt, button bash.
Did you see that? What a scam! It stopped at 889.
The next day was something a little different and a little special. For my birthday, Sam had booked us into Armstrong and Forge just outside Christchurch for a full day knife making experience. This wasn't a class or a tourist demo, it was the real thing. From hammering red hot steel to shaping the handle and sharpening the blade, we spent the entire day learning how to turn raw metal into something personal. By the time we got back to the accommodation, we were exhausted, covered in dust and absolutely buzzing. We sat down, opened a drink, and just admired what we'd crafted. It wasn't just a knife, it was a memory forged in every sense of the word. This day was meant to be a double feature, whale watching followed by a trip to the International Antarctic Center, one above sea and one below freezing. Unfortunately, our whale watching trip was cancelled. Turns out some tours, especially wildlife ones, only run if enough people book the same time slot. So while we got a refund, the whales would have to wait for another day. But it wasn't all lost. We headed to the International Antarctic Center just by the airport, where you can experience what it's like to stand in a storm on the coldest continent on Earth without leaving Christchurch. From sub-zero wind tunnels and icy chambers to live huskies and Antarctic exploration history. It's weird and wonderful and actually a great way to spend a few hours, especially if you've got a soft spot for penguins and thermal jackets, which I didn't need. Established in 1990, the centre offers a comprehensive look into the life and challenges of Antarctica, from the history of early explorers to modern day scientific research. It's a place where education meets experience. One of the highlights is the Hugland Ride, an all-terrain amphibious vehicle designed for the harsh conditions of Antarctica. The ride simulates the rugged terrain, giving visitors a taste of what it's like to traverse the icy expanse. As the Hugland climbs over simulated crevices and splashes through icy waters, you'll gain a newfound respect for the resilience required to operate in such an environment. Beyond the ride, the centre offers encounters with rescued little blue penguins, the chance to meet friendly huskies, and even experience an Antarctic storm with wind chills reaching -18 Celsius. It's an impressive experience that brings the frozen continent to life.
Oh, it's all back again now.
Yeah! Freezing cold, my ears are cold.
It's simulating a storm, isn't it? So it's up and down.
after getting blasted with Antarctic wind and pretending we were explorers for the afternoon, it was definitely time to thaw out and eat. We headed to Jimmy's Smokehouse for the evening, the kind of place that hits all the right notes after a cold day. Smoky, hearty and comforting in all the ways that matter. As we sat there sipping drinks and reflecting on everything we'd seen so far, something started to shift. The idea of moving to New Zealand, which had always felt like a maybe one day kind of thing, started to feel a little more real, a little more possible. Tomorrow would be our final full day in Christchurch and we were going to make the most of it, but somewhere between the smoked brisket and the last sip of whiskey, we started thinking beyond the trip. Our last full day in Christchurch was all about getting out and really exploring the city, walking its streets, soaking in its rhythm, and seeing what everyday life here actually feels like. With it being a long weekend, the botanical gardens were alive with energy, pop-up events, music, and families out just enjoying the sunshine. It was one of those moments where a city really shows you its personality. We weren't rushing around to tick off tourist spots anymore, we were just existing in the city, watching it move around us, and for the first time we felt less like visitors and more like locals. If you're ever wondering what a place is really like, don't go to where the guidebooks send you, go to where the locals are on a Sunday afternoon. Christchurch gave us something we hadn't had in weeks. Time to pause, breathe and reconnect. With each day, the idea of New Zealand being more than just a destination started to feel like something bigger. From sailing with dolphins in ancient harbours to forging knives with fire and steel, this wasn't just a break from routine, it was a glimpse at a different kind of life. But now it's time to move again, southbound into the wild edges of the country, to Dunedin, Invercargill, and finally the crown jewel of the South Island, Queenstown. The journey isn't over yet, in fact some of the best moments are still to come. It's our last morning in Christchurch and there's something very bittersweet about it. After days of exploring street art, gardens and the post-quake resilience woven into every corner of the city, it's time to hit the road once again. We grabbed one final coffee, loaded up the car, and with a glance back at the city skyline, we turned our sights towards something truly spectacular, the Southern Alps. Today we're heading into the mountains through vast empty plains and into the shadow of giants, and at the heart of it all, nestled between jagged peaks and glacial lakes, sits our next destination, Aoraki, Mount Cook. But this isn't just a drive, it's a slow unravelling of landscapes, each more cinematic than the last. From the flat farmlands to the legendary turquoise lakes, we enter the kind of scenery that makes you feel like you've stepped into a dream, or at least a very dramatic screensaver. This marks a turning point, not just for the route, but for the entire feel of the journey. We're leaving behind the wide roads and the city hum of Christchurch, trading traffic lights and high-rises for winding highways, empty plains and towering peaks. The videos from here on out, they're about to feel different, slower, quieter, a little more reflective. As we move south, it's less about urban energy and more about raw, untamed landscapes that swallow you whole. So if the first part of the series felt like a road trip, the next part is going to feel like a pilgrimage. one of the big excursions we had booked for this leg of the journey was something truly once in a lifetime, a snowplane ride to the glaciers perched high above Mount Cook. Just saying it out loud felt very surreal, but sometimes nature has other plans. Half an hour from the tiny alpine airport, we got the call, cancelled. Poor weather, and just like that the dream was grounded. But honestly, it didn't crush us because we were already surrounded by jaw-dropping beauty, the kind that doesn't need a propeller or a window seat to blow your mind. We were here for the walks, the mountains, the silence, and besides, we managed to rebook the flight for later in the trip, and trust me, it's worth the wait. But on the way to the airport of disappointment, as I've lovingly named it, something unexpected happened. We passed two lakes and I swear I've never seen colours like it in my life. Lake Taupō with its soft, dreamlike blues and Lake Pukaki with a deep electric turquoise that looked almost unreal, like someone had turned up the saturation way too high and said, "Yep, that'll do." The water shimmered with glacial milk, those fine particles suspended from ancient ice, giving it that otherworldly glow. In the moment, the cancelled flight didn't matter because these lakes, these wild mirrors reflecting snow-capped peaks, they burned themselves into my memory. Unforgettable, untouched, unreal.
So we're currently going through Huka Valley, as you can see. Hang on. There's the glaciers up there. Because the helicopter ride that we were supposed to go on was cancelled today because you can see it's very cloudy and there isn't much in the way of visibility. So it's been cancelled. So the plan is now we're going through a place called Huka Valley to get some really cool shots of the glacier. I can't get the drone out because there's helicopter tours that go around and I don't want to take down a helicopter on my holiday in New Zealand. So just ready yourself some epic glacial shots with a camera. We're doing it old school because the drone is out of commission on this one.
After hours on the road and a few emotional ups and downs, we finally laced up our boots and set out on the walk that's becoming somewhat of a social media legend, the Huka Valley Track. I'd seen this place splashed all over TikTok and Instagram, the iconic swing bridge, the winding boardwalks, and Mount Cook looming in the distance like something out of a fantasy film. Honestly, I never thought I'd get the chance to do it, but here we are, me and Sam standing in the middle of it all, completely surrounded by jagged peaks, rushing rivers, and air so clean, it felt like we'd stepped into a different world. And while every photo makes this track look like a casual stroll, let me tell you, it's definitely harder than it looks, but every step was worth it because this wasn't just a walk. It felt like we were walking into the landscape, not just looking at it. The Huka Valley isn't just beautiful, it's ancient. Carved over thousands of years by massive glaciers grinding their way through the Southern Alps, this valley is a living reminder of just how powerful nature really is. It gets its name from William Huka, a 19th century English botanist, though I reckon even he wouldn't believe a view from the swing bridge. These trails follow the paths of explorers, mountaineers and geologists who came here long before TikTok made it trendy, people who looked at Mount Cook not as a photo opportunity, but as a wild frontier. And while I captured as much as I could with the camera, sadly, no drone shots here. The entirety of the Mount Cook region is a no-fly zone to protect the landscape and airspace, and as much as I love that aerial view, it's a restriction that I completely respect.
Oh. Come with me. Welcome to my bridge. Okay, now it's a bit bouncy, this one. Okay, now. Holy sh**. Look at that. Fucking shit the bed. That's what I'm talking about. That's just sick, isn't it?
Standing at 3,724 metres, Aoraki or Mount Cook isn't just New Zealand's highest peak, it's a mountain steeped in legend, history and challenge. To the Ngai Tahu people, Aoraki is more than a mountain, he is an ancestor. According to Maori tradition, Aoraki and his brothers were sons of Raki, the Sky Father. Their canoe capsized upon striking a reef and they climbed atop it. The freezing south winds turned them to stone, forming the Southern Alps with Aoraki as one of the highest points. This sacred connection is honoured today with the mountain holding Taupō status, a symbol of Ngai Tahu's guardianship and deep respect for the land. The first successful European ascent occurred on Christmas Day, 1894, by three New Zealanders, Tom Faith, Jack Clark and George Graham. Their achievement marked the beginning of Aoraki's reputation as a mountaineer's mountain. But Aoraki is no easy climb. Its terrain is technically demanding with crevices, avalanche risks and rapidly changing weather. Since the early 20th century, over 240 people have lost their lives on Mount Cook and in the surrounding national park, making it New Zealand's deadliest peak. The climbing season traditionally runs from November to February, and hardly a season goes by without at least one fatality. In December 2024, a tragic reminder of the mountain's peril occurred when three experienced climbers, 2 Americans and 1 Canadian, went missing during their ascent. Despite extensive search efforts, they were presumed to have died in a fall, underscoring the ever-present risks of tackling Mount Cook's formidable slopes. Climbers are often encouraged to stop just short of the summit out of respect for the mountain's sacred status. It's a poignant reminder that while we may seek to conquer nature, some places are meant to be revered rather than conquered.
And here we are at Huka Lake, and I've got to say it was quite the walk, about an hour and a half, a little unexpected even though there's a lot of signs, but we did it, and I think personally it looks amazing. It is also very cold. We put our feet in, which was quite nice, But that's it, I think, for this day. And if you're wondering, I've got this scarf on because it stops the back of my neck setting on fire because I am very burnt. Plan is now to leave here and we're going to go get some food. We were going to camp, but you know, I think we're going to go to a lodge because f it, why not? And we're going to get some food and we are going to feast because we are very hungry and we haven't eaten other than chia seeds, fruit pot things that we got from New World this morning. So plan is to leave, go get food, check in somewhere and call it a night. So with that, enjoy the drone shots and we'll see you tomorrow, I think, maybe, don't know.
After making our way back from the stunning Huka Lake with legs like jelly and 5 hours of hiking behind us, there was only one thing on our minds: food. And no, trail snacks weren't going to cut it. We headed to the Hermitage Hotel not to stay, but to eat, because when you've been chewing on granola bars all day, even a bowl of chips tastes like fine dining. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, we were on our way to our own accommodation for the night, the Discovery Country Time Hotel. Let's just say, it wasn't the Ritz, but after driving all the way from Christchurch and hiking for hours on end, a tent just wasn't going to cut it. This was one of those glorious last minute, please have a bed kind of bookings, and it did. The next morning, we left the hotel feeling surprisingly refreshed, probably helped by an unexpectedly amazing breakfast. You know, the kind where the eggs are actually cooked properly and the coffee doesn't taste like regret. Before heading out, we had a little wander around the local area, and that's when we noticed something pretty special. The sign, Starlight Highway. It's not just a catchy name. This region is part of the Awaraki Mackenzie International Dark Sky Reserve. What a cool name. One of the best places in the world for stargazing. No light pollution, just pure, uninterrupted views of the universe. Sadly, we didn't catch it at its best that night, but knowing what's above you out here, it's humbling. But enough astronomy, it was time for something a little more earthly. Our first stop of the day, the Clay Cliffs. And trust me, these formations are alien.
Morning and welcome back to another day in New Zealand of me sweating my absolute bag off. But we've come to the Clay Cliffs. Didn't even know what it was, wasn't even on our sat nav. But we saw the signs for it and we thought, fuck it, let's go have a look. And so we did, and this is what it is. Look at that, just cliffs of clay. There's a little bit of a walk, which I'm dreading because of yesterday, but we're going to see how we get on, take it nice and easy, and then we're going to head into the town of Twizzle. So let's have a look. Such a boring place. Can I get the drone out anyway?
The Clay Cliffs were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Towering spires of jagged earth rising out of the ground like ruins of some ancient eroded cathedral. It's the kind of place that makes you stop mid-sentence and just stare. The sharp bridges, the dusty hues, the scale of it all. It felt like we'd stumbled onto the set of a sci-fi movie. Now, it's not free to visit. There's a small honesty box at the gate, around $5 to $10, depending on the size of your group. It's private land and the fee helps maintain the area, which feels fair considering what you're walking into. That said, the road to get there, let's just say it's not for the faint-hearted. A rough, stony track that'll have you checking your tyre pressure and questioning your suspension choices. We crawled along slowly, wondering if the cliffs were going to be worth it. They absolutely were.
after a quick stop in Twizel, we did something bold. We swapped seats. Sam took over the driving duties for the day and, with a grin, announced we're heading to Fairlie. Why? Because of the bakery. Not just any bakery though, it's Fairlie Bakehouse. Apparently, it's got quite a bit of a cult following online, and Sam was on a mission to see if it lived up to the hype. The good news, it was on the way to our next destination anyway. But, as always, New Zealand had other plans for us. We ended up pulling over more than once, unable to resist the scenery, and then we hit Lake Pukaki again, and I just couldn't help myself. The water looked unreal, and the weather, it was just perfect. So yeah, I went for a swim, cold, clear, and with views of Mount Cook in the distance. It's one of those spontaneous moments that reminds you why you travel. Look at this! Hang on, let me sort my hair out. Look at this. Holy. Mount Cook, just in the background there. Well, look at this. This is absolutely phenomenal. Look at that. I will say though, the bed. This is cold. Like really cold. But look how clear the water is, look. That's my finger. Look at that. Hey, I got my trainers on. Hey, dickhead. There's a lot of pebbles on the floor and it hurts your feet. Holy, but you cannot believe it. Literally, people would pay big money to be in a place like this. Literally, in this lake. If this was a swimming pool, people would pay money for this. But this is just a lake. We've pulled up on the side of the road, up there. And that's it, we're just here. There's Sam. Yeah, look at it. This is incredible. It's weird though, because they're like little warm spots, and I don't understand what they are. No, I haven't taken a piss. There's like weird, there's like little weird warm patches, and it doesn't make sense. Now, if you're wondering why these lakes look like they've been photoshopped, you're not alone. The light blue, almost milky turquoise hue, it's not a filter, it's glacial magic. The colour comes from what's called glacial flour, tiny particles of rock ground down by moving glaciers. These particles are so fine, they stay suspended in the water, and when the sunlight hits them just right, it scatters the light in a way that gives off that soft, dreamy glow. It's one of those things that looks fake even when you're standing right in front of them. But trust me, it's 100% real and 100% unforgettable.
He's in.
Trainers on! There's the floor. Look at this! Look at that! You don't do this every day, do you? Hey? Look at that! Oh, shit, the bed. Hey, look at Juicy, man. This is top notch. With the swim out the way and the road stretching on, we finally rolled into Fairlie, and yes, we had one mission, Fairlie Bakehouse. If you've heard of it, you'll know it's not just a bakery, it's a bit of a legend, plastered all over social media, travel blogs, and now my stomach. This place is known for its pies, but not just any pies. We're talking gourmet creations with flaky pastry, generous fillings, and flavours that make you want to sit in silence just for a moment and process what you're eating. Sam went for the pork belly and apple, and I went for the classic steak and cheese. There's no regrets having any of those. If you're passing through Fairlie and you don't stop here, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. From Fairlie, we hit the road for one of the longest drives on the trip, a journey that took us through rolling countryside, small coastal towns, and hours of winding roads that slowly brought us closer to Dunedin. But nothing could have prepared us for where we were staying that night. Not because of the room, but because of the street. Our accommodation was on Baldwin Street, officially the steepest residential street in the world. And let me tell you, it earns that title. No exaggeration, this road looks like it's been copy and pasted from a roller coaster blueprint. Parking at the bottom and dragging our cases up on foot, easily one of the toughest workouts on the trip. Forget hiking Huka Valley, this was the real endurance test. But weirdly, that made it kind of unforgettable, like one of those odd little details that just ends up becoming a core memory of the trip.
Baldwin. Right off! What the fuck? Right off! Look at this!
That's a no.
Park here, park here, park here, park here. Let's go get. What the f?
This car will never make it up there.
I'm not gonna make it. Look at that girl there. She's marching down it.
We have just taken our bags out of our little i30. I thought it would say what size engine it is, but it doesn't. And we, both of us, me included, don't feel very confident we can get that up that. The camera doesn't do it justice on how steep this is. So plan is we're leaving the car here and we're gonna take the bags up there, because I thought once you get to the very tippy top there might be a place where that road at the top might connect somewhere else, but turns out it doesn't. It's just a dead end at the very top, apart from a couple of houses on a T-junction. So car's staying here, unfortunately, but we're not. We're going all the way up there.
We rolled into Dunedin around 6 PM, just in time for the sun to start dipping and for us to begin our final challenge of the day, climbing the steepest street on earth with full luggage. Our place, booked through booking.com, was perched halfway up Baldwin Street, and while the views were great, they came at the cost of our calf muscles. We were staying here for a couple of nights before moving on, and honestly, once you reached the top and caught our breath, it wasn't a bad setup at all. Comfortable, quiet, and full of character, as long as you didn't need to go back down for anything. We grabbed a bite to eat, skipped any evening adventures, and collapsed into bed, resting off what had felt like a day-long leg workout disguised as a road trip. The next morning we were woken up by something we hadn't really considered when booking a stay on the steepest street in the world. Turns out everybody else wants to experience it too. About 6:30 AM the human alarms began, a steady stream of tourists huffing and puffing their way up Baldwin Street, narrating their journey loudly and proudly, pausing just outside our window to snap photos and discuss how steep it is in great detail. Sleep? Not a chance. But hey, we were up, so we showered, got ourselves sorted, and got ready for a full day of exploring Dunedin, whether we liked it or not. you've followed my channel for a while, you'll know there's something I always make time for. Castles. Ruined, restored, grand, forgotten. There's just something about them that gets me every time. So being in Dunedin, there was one place I absolutely had to visit. Larnach Castle. It's New Zealand's only true castle, and it sits dramatically atop the Otago Peninsula, just a short drive from the city. Built in the late 1800s by William Larnach, a wealthy banker and politician, it's got all the ingredients for a great story. Fortune, ambition, scandal, and tragedy. And that's just the family history. The castle has been lovingly restored, and you can tour both the lavish interiors and the stunning gardens with panoramic views that stretch all the way out to the sea. Entry costs around 39 New Zealand dollar per adult, and I can honestly say it's worth every cent. We plan to spend a good chunk of the day here, and as someone who's spent hours wandering ruins in the UK, I can say this is definitely one of those that holds its own. It's not just a historic house, it's an experience.
Our little map for getting around the castle. It's quite a bit, to be fair. So, I can see the castle. I think we found it.
Larnach Castle isn't just a beautiful building, it's a story carved into stone. Built in the 1870s by William James Moody Larnach, a wealthy banker and politician. The castle was intended as a grand family home for his beloved first wife, Eliza. It took over 200 workmen 3 years to construct the shell, and another 12 years for European craftsmen to finish the lavish interior. The result, a 43 Gothic revival mansion perched high on the Otago Peninsula with views that stretch for miles. But behind the grandeur was a life filled with turmoil. After Eliza's death in 1880, Larnach remarried twice, and his later years were marked by personal and financial struggles. In 1898, facing bankruptcy and personal scandal, he tragically took his own life in a committee room at New Zealand's Parliament buildings. Following his death, the castle changed hand multiple times, serving various purposes, including a lunatic asylum and a billet for soldiers. By mid-20th century, it had fallen into disrepair. That changed in 1967 when the Barker family purchased the property and began a massive restoration project. Today, Larnach Castle stands not only as a testament to Victorian ambition, but also as a symbol of resilience and renewal.
But what I like about this bathroom is, it's like... Yeah, but there's nothing in here apart from the bath that's too small, a sink and a toilet.
Yeah.
So it was like the bathroom wasn't a place you'd stay, you'd come in and do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, do your thing.
And then just leave.
Yeah.
Like literally no around. Look at the view though. The roof.
Literally.
That's mad. Look, they've had to screw that down to stop people from using it.
Yeah.
Look at that for the push plate. There's some detail in that.
Reminds me, do you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of that National Treasure. Like,
Yeah.
Look closely and you'll see a detail. And if you
Now, while the inside of Larnach Castle is impressive, it's the gardens that really caught us off guard. Spread out over 7 acres, this place feels less like a garden and more like a living, breathing painting. Winding paths lead you through themed sections from manicured lawns to subtropical forests, a wishing well, and even a shell-lined gazebo. Every turn feels like it was designed to make you stop and take it all in. And the views, unreal. You're standing in a historic garden surrounded by exotic plants with a full panoramic view of the Otago Peninsula stretching out in the background. It's peaceful, a bit whimsical, and weirdly cinematic. Honestly, I could have spent hours just sitting on one of the benches soaking it all up. It's easy to see why these gardens are considered some of New Zealand's best, and they're included in the ticket price, so make sure you leave time to explore them properly.
What, in the stables?
But that is, you go in groups of 6, I think.
Oh my god. This is sick. Imagine converting this into a house, just the stables. I don't know how I'd feel about people walking through when that's like your room. That's your room. Oh, rooms are upstairs. Someone had a party. Nope, it's a heater. Worth! William Larnach's original horse tact. Holy.
Cool.
Ah, it's not the original horse though, is it?
I hope not. It's alarmed. Please don't touch.
Oh. Sorry. What the f*** is that? You know what? Whatever that is, I don't want to know.
For our last night in Dunedin, we decided to treat ourselves and headed to a place called the Harbourside Grill. It came highly rated, the location was stunning, and inside it looked amazing. We were ready for something special. We ordered the seafood platter thinking, you know, some grilled prawns, maybe some calamari, a few mussels, something fancy but familiar. What we got was an experience. This massive platter came out piled high with seafood, and right in the middle was a full fish with head, eyes, fins, tail, everything. Just staring at us like we'd interrupted its dinner. Now, remember, we're from the UK, and that's not something you see very often. At this point, I swear it blinked.
It doesn't make you, I'll just fucking reverse it down.
There we go. Come on, car. Come on, car. Come on, car.
That's where we're staying.
I'm scared.
There it is.
Oh shit!
Shit, the bed, that's far. Look at that. Oh, fucking hell, these brakes are feeling it.
We should stop here.
Look at it. You know, there's people drawn on it. Why would you draw on it? This isn't us. This is you.
Dunedin really does have a lot to offer. It's the kind of place that quietly surprises you the longer you stay, with a mix of history, creativity and coastal charm, from museums and galleries to bars and cafes and some seriously underrated coastal walks. There's something here for just about everyone. It's also home to one of the biggest universities in New Zealand, which gives the city this steady pulse of energy and youth. You've got students zipping around the streets alongside locals who've lived here for decades. It's that kind of contrast that gives the place so much character.
Now, we didn't have time to visit everything, but we already knew we will be coming back and spending perhaps a long weekend next time, just to really soak it all in properly. But one thing's for sure, we won't be staying on that street again. This episode had it all. Glacial hikes, well, almost. Crystal clear lakes, dreamlike starlit highways, bizarre rock formations, castles, and seafood with a face. It's been a ride, that's for sure. But the adventure's far from over. Next, we're heading even further south into the rugged lower edge of the South Island. Invercargill is next, and after that, the grand finale, Queenstown. Mountains, fjords, and a few surprises still lie ahead. After leaving Dunedin, we began the long drive towards Invercargill. It wasn't just a day of travel though. This leg would be packed with some of the most surprising views, unforgettable food, and nature at its best, before eventually leading us into the final stop of the journey, Queenstown. From Dunedin, we decided to stop off at Jack's Blowhole, as you would. Yeah, why not, I guess. Not too sure what it is. I think it's just an opening in the ground from the coastal line, and water just comes in, goes in this little opening, blows out this spout through the ground. I think that's it, to be honest, but we're having a bit of a walk. Bit of a break from the driving from Dunedin to Invercargill, so it's a good little stop this. And from that, we'll just keep going. After driving out of Dunedin, one of the first places we went to had a name that definitely stood out: Jack's Blowhole. It's a spot that's carved by nature over thousands of years, and while it might not explode like a geyser, the coastal walk and the views along the way are absolutely worth the detour.
Do not lean on or climb over the fence. Jack's Blowhole is 55 metres deep, 144 metres long, 68 metres wide, 200 metres inland from the sea. That's a big hole.
That is a big blowhole.
Oh, Jack, calm down, mate. What have you been eating?
Jack's Blowhole is a collapsed sea cave that sits nearly 200 metres inland and around 55 metres deep. Formed by the relentless force of the ocean carving into the limestone cliffs, it's one of those places that feels hidden, like nature kept it a secret for a while. On a wild day, you can actually hear the waves thundering below, echoing through the hole. Not long after leaving Jack's Blowhole, we made a stop at what might be the most famous waterfall in the Catlins. Right, Purakanui Falls. Probably got that wrong. You've seen it in all the guidebooks and travel posters, but nothing really compares to standing in front of it in real life. The falls cascade down over 3 distinct tiers, framed perfectly by native bush that makes the whole place feel almost enchanted. The walk to get there is easy, just a short stroll through beech forest with birdsong echoing all around. It's a peaceful and yet powerful stop.
In today's show, has Sam got a new bite? Stay tuned for more.
So we are currently at a waterfall called Hurrikanui. Maybe. I don't know, but we're there anyway. But this is from Dunedin and we're heading south to Invercargill, and there are so many places. You've already seen Jack's blowhole. Well, now we're at a waterfall, so we're stopping off quite a few places on the way. And it is highly recommended. A few locals have said to do this as well because all along the east coast there's loads of places to stop off, have a look. There's those little towns, there's loads of stuff. So if you are going to do this trip from Dunedin, head down the east coast, check out all these places, because it's not every day you get to just be here like this at places that you can't even pronounce. So yeah, check it out. We're now going to go to a little viewing platform which is down there somewhere, and then hopefully get some drone footage after, because I don't think I can get the drone out here, but I reckon I can get it out of the car park. So we'll do that where there's less people there.
Tucked deep within the Catlins Forest Park, Pudakanui Falls isn't just one of New Zealand's most photographed waterfalls, it's a geological work of art sculpted over millions of years. The falls cascade down 3 distinct limestone tiers, a result of ancient sediment layers laid down when the entire region was under the sea. Over time, water from the Pudakanui River began cutting its way through the softer layers, forming this natural staircase of rock. But it's not just the falls themselves, it's the setting that makes them truly special. You're surrounded by lush native bush with towering silver beech and tree ferns that gives the whole area a prehistoric feel. This part of the South Island is rugged and wild, shaped by time, tectonics, and the kind of weather that doesn't mess around. And yet, in the middle of all that chaos, Pudakanui Falls offers a rare moment of calm. From crashing waves to calm forest, we took a short drive inland to a place that felt completely different, Matai Falls. It's one of those stops that's easy to miss if you're in a rush, but I'm so glad we didn't. The walk is short and easy, winding through lush native bush that almost feels prehistoric, with ferns and moss covering every surface, and then there it is, Matai Falls. Not the biggest waterfall in the world, but there's something about the way it tumbles over the rocks that makes it unforgettable.
We've done that waterfall, now we're doing this one. There's 2 waterfalls here actually, so
Yes, there are.
if we do both of them,
Might as well, because they're 5 minutes apart.
yeah, if we do both of them, that will have been 4 water natural attractions we'll have done in one day. That's a record for it, I think. Goodness. Shit.
We're not done yet.
No, we're not done yet, no. To be fair, that's not bad, bearing in mind we left the hotel, or the place we stayed at, what, at 9 o'clock? And it's now, hang on. No, it's 20 to 2. To be fair, that's not bad going though.
No, it's not.
Along the Matai Falls track, there's a quiet reminder of the past, an old railway formation that once ran through this very forest. This section was part of the Catlins River branch line, built in the late 1800s to transport timber, livestock and passengers through this remote corner of the South Island. The railway was a lifeline for early settlers, winding through the dense bush and crossing streams that are now just peaceful walking tracks. Though the rails are long gone, the route remains, now repurposed into part of the scenic Matai Trail. As you walk, you're literally tracing the footsteps of history, just at a much more relaxing pace.
The bugs are everywhere. Oh, here we are. At the top of the waterfall.
Tucked beneath the canopy, Matai Falls spills gently over the mossy rock face. It's not the tallest or loudest, but there's something calming about the way it flows. Just a little further up the trail, if you keep going, there's a second waterfall, Horseshoe Falls. Smaller, quieter, but just as beautiful in its own way. It's easy to miss, but well worth the extra few minutes. Both waterfalls are fed by the same stream, carving their way through the lush forest over thousands of years. It's a peaceful pocket of the Catlins where time slows down and the sound of water does all the talking.
Some old bit of equipment there, look. Bit of an odd thing to find.
After chasing waterfalls through the Catlins, it was definitely time to refuel, and we ended up at a place called Peak's Kitchen. Now, I wasn't expecting much. It's tucked away in a quiet little spot, nothing flashy, but then the burger arrived. I'm not exaggerating when I say this thing was out of this world. Juicy, stacked, perfectly cooked, easily one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life, like top 3 of all time. It was amazing. It's a great little stop too. They've got a small shop for snacks and drinks, and you can refuel the car while you're there. How convenient. Catlins isn't one single destination. It's a winding, wild region full of hidden gems scattered between thick forests, remote coastlines, and waterfalls that feel like they've been plucked straight from another world. There's something raw and untouched about it. One minute you're standing above a collapsed sea cave, the next you're deep in native bush, listening to nothing but the sound of waterfalls and birdsong. It's not the flashiest or most hyped part of New Zealand, and maybe that's exactly why it's so special.
All of these gravel roads, watch this. Look at the dust off these doors. Fucking hell. Everything around here is like this. It's all gravel. And look at that car, a Toyota Noah. Never heard of that shit before. But we're on to our 5th water attraction of the day. Seems as the cathedral cave is closed. Don't know how. I think it's to do with tidal times. Hopefully we can go to it tomorrow. But we're here now. McLean Falls. And to top it all off, there's toilets as well, which is pretty good. But we're going to go down here and go see our 4th waterfall of the day.
After being denied by the mysteriously closed cathedral caves, seriously, I didn't even know caves could be closed. We needed a bit of a win, so we headed to McLean Falls, and this place delivered big time. Tucked deep into the Catlins Forest Park, McLean Falls is easily one of the most impressive waterfalls on the South Island. The track leads you through stunning stretches of forest, with the sounds of rushing water growing louder as you get closer, and then you see it, a multi-tiered cascade dropping dramatically down a rock face surrounded by thick native greenery. It's wild, beautiful, and everything you want a waterfall to be. What makes McLean Falls stand out isn't just its height, it's the way the water moves. It doesn't crash down in one big drop like some others we've seen. It flows in layers, tumbling over rock shelves, weaving through moss-covered ledges, before finally gathering at the bottom. The whole area feels hidden, tucked away in thick forest, with the sound of the water echoing long before you see it. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small in the best way possible, remote, powerful, and completely untouched.
This is like one of those moments, you know, when you're like, oh, I'm gonna go traveling, I'm gonna see the world. This is like one of them moments where you're like, it's kind of like, I'm doing it, I'm out there. You don't see this back home. I'm not jumping in that, although I bet there's gold in that, it's pretty cool. But look at it, this is the whole reason we come to New Zealand, to see these things, and we're finally seeing it. Took a long time, mind, but we're here, we're doing it, we're seeing it. Even though I had to climb my way up, because everyone, or Sam, is down there. There she is. Look at this, incredible. Let's get the drone up. This is what you get for gravel roads. This is a hire car, New Zealand. What do we say to the company?
From misty forests and tumbling waterfalls, we carried on, but this time not to a lookout or a bushwalk. We were heading for the edge. Slope Point is the southernmost tip of New Zealand's South Island, and standing there feels like you've reached the end of the map. The wind hits different down here, fierce and constant, with twisted trees and sweeping views out over the Southern Ocean. It's raw, wild, and incredibly humbling. There's a yellow sign pointing towards the South Pole, and something about it makes you stop for a second and just take it all in.
This is it, the most southern point and the South Island of New Zealand. Look at this, South Pole, that way. Do you know what? I bet it's a better temperature there than it is here because I'm sweating my bag off. But that's it. We made it all the way to the most southern point. From this, we're going to go to Invercargill, and then that's where we're going to stay for the night and get some banging food because we are starving.
This isn't just the southern point of the South Island, it's a place that feels final, like the last page of a story. There's a quiet stillness here, not because there's nothing around, but because nature has said everything it needs to. You don't stay long at Slope Point, but you leave feeling like you've stood on the edge of something much bigger than yourself. After a long day of chasing waterfalls, wind-blown cliff edges, and a burger I'll never forget, we finally rolled into Invercargill. We were staying in a small cabin just on the edge of town, and to be honest, it was way nicer than I expected. Super modern inside, cozy, and exactly what we needed after a full-on day. It was just one night's stay, and by the time we arrived, it was getting late, so we did what any tired, slightly sunburnt road trip duo would do. We hit KFC, the food of champions. Then it was lights out, the final rest stop before reaching our last destination. We booked this through booking.com, and places like this are everywhere across the South Island. Perfect for one night stays and surprisingly great value too. Simple, quiet, and exactly what we needed before the final leg of our journey. Next morning, before heading north to Queenstown, we took a short detour even further south to Bluff. This is where the highway ends, quite literally. Stirling Point is one of the southernmost landmarks in New Zealand, and standing there beneath the iconic yellow signpost with the ocean stretching endlessly behind it, it felt like a pretty powerful full stop before turning the page to the next chapter. And to top it off, we grabbed breakfast at Oyster Cove, perched right on the edge of the land with sweeping views over the bay. Honestly, it was the perfect way to start the day.
This is known as Stirling Point. Very similar to the one in John O'Groats in Scotland, but just different locations, different distances. Even as far as, no, don't look off the edge, the South Pole. Quite interesting, really. In Bluff, right on the outskirts, right on the edge. Definitely worth a bit of a visit if you got time. Graffiti's a bit of a ruiner for the pictures, but overall, it's actually quite nice. It's quite a calm day as well. And there's a place called Oyster Cafe as well, if you're interested. Bit of food, bit of nosh. If you're into oysters, great. If you're not, don't worry about it. Look at that. Great views. Definitely worth a visit for a 10-15 minute stop. Couple of viewpoints, nothing too special if I'm honest, but I think if it's something you want to tick off the list, it is worth doing. Tick it off, get it out of the way, and you just go from here straight to wherever you want to go. But we are going to be travelling to Queenstown now for our last destination, so that's going to be a hell of a drive. Right, I'll see you there, unless we get food, because we're always eating, to be fair.
After breakfast in Bluff, we hit the road, heading north towards Queenstown. It was a solid few hours of driving, broken up the usual way, a couple of small town stops for snacks, and our go-to fuel of choice, a cold can of V, road trip essentials at this point. But the real standout moment came just before we reached Queenstown, when we pulled over at a place called the Devil's Staircase Lookout, perched on the edge of Lake Wakatipu. Hopefully I got that right. The road winds tight along the cliffside, and from the lookout you get this insane panoramic view of the lake. Deep blue water framed by sharp peaks stretching out in both directions. It was here for the first time that we caught a proper glimpse of Queenstown in the distance, and with the drone up in the air, yeah, this spot was absolutely made for it. The road from Invercargill to Queenstown winds through some of the South Island's most underrated landscapes: open farmland, distant mountain peaks, and little towns like Lumsden and Kingston, each with their own quiet little charm. As the mountains draw closer, the scenery slowly shifts. The flat plains start to fold into sharp ridges and valleys, and before long, Lake Wakatipu comes into view, twisting its way through the landscape like something out of a painting. And at the tip of the lake, nestled in the shadow of the Remarkables, sits Queenstown, a town with a gold rush past and an adrenaline-fueled present. Once a sleepy settlement founded during the 1860s gold rush, Queenstown has transformed into the adventure capital of New Zealand, home to bungee jumps, skydives, and just about every thrill you can think of. But beyond the action, there's a quieter side too. Incredible food, lakeside walks, and some of the most stunning views in the entire country. Before diving into all Queenstown had to offer, we had one important mission to complete: check-in. And this wasn't just any stopover. For this part of the trip, we'd booked one of the best places we'd stay in all of New Zealand, a place called the Crow's Nest. Perched high above town, the name couldn't be more fitting. It literally felt like we were overlooking the entire lake from the top of a ship. The building itself had this unique charm, with a bit of history behind it, and as soon as you walked through the doors, it was clear this place had character. But the real star, the view. Massive glass windows opened up to Lake Wakatipu and the Remarkables mountain range. We just stood there in silence for a minute, completely blown away. It was the kind of place that instantly makes you want to extend your stay and maybe never leave. Our stay at the Crow's Nest wasn't just about the view, it came with its own story. Set high above Queenstown, this restored late 1800s villa began its life around 1890. From the outside, it feels like a whisper from another era perched on a hill, and that charm carries through the inside too. Back in the day, it would have been a private residence, likely hosting garden parties and lake viewing evenings. Today, it's been lovingly brought back to life, preserving its historic bones while giving you all the comforts. Staying here feels almost cinematic. You're in a piece of Queenstown's past, but with glass walls framing Lake Wakatipu and the Remarkables like a living painting. With the sun setting over the lake and the lights of Queenstown beginning to glow below us, we decided to take the evening slow. No adventures, no checklists, just the two of us sitting back at the Crow's Nest, soaking in the views and letting it all sink in. This is our home for the next 7 days, a calm perch above the town before everything ramps up, because this is it, the final stop on our journey from Auckland all the way to the far south, through waterfalls, glaciers, cities, back roads, and moments that felt almost unreal. And now we've landed here, Queenstown, the final chapter. Tomorrow, the madness begins. But tonight we rest. Grateful, tired, and already starting to realise just how much this journey has given us. If you've enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me keep creating and sharing these amazing adventures. Episode 8 picks up right here in Queenstown, and trust me, things are about to get wild. After weeks on the road, through volcanoes, mountain passes, coastal highways and tiny towns, we finally made it to Queenstown. It's a place that's more than just a destination. It's the crown jewel of the South Island. In this final episode, we soak up everything this alpine paradise has to offer, from wandering the vibrant lakeside streets and tasting some of the best food we've had on the trip so far, to stepping outside the city and diving into the history of Arrowtown and driving through the vast open spaces to the orchards of Cromwell. It's the end of the road, but not without one last adventure. This is Queenstown, and this is the last stop. Waking up in Queenstown, it's hard to describe just how special it felt opening the curtains that morning at the Crow's Nest. Towering mountains, glassy lake, and the crisp alpine air, the kind that instantly makes you feel awake and alive. It was one of those rare moments where you don't just see the view, you feel it. We had a big day ahead of us, but first, a bit of exploring through Queenstown's vibrant centre, the streets, the lakeside walks, the local spots that make this place feel alive, and then something a little more adventurous, adrenaline fueled, the Shotover Jet. Let's just say we were about to get very wet. Queenstown is one of those towns where every corner feels like a postcard. The lake, the buzz of the cafes, the sound of the buskers drifting down the alleyways, it's got that laid-back energy that makes it almost impossible not to smile. We wandered through the centre, grabbed a coffee by the waterfront and just soaked it all in. It's a place that feels both small town cozy and world stage epic at the same time. But we couldn't take it too easy, because next up we were heading just outside of town for something a little wilder, the Shotover Jet. I don't think we were fully ready for how intense this was gonna be. Queenstown hasn't always been the adventure capital of the world. Back in the 1860s, this place was ground zero for the Otago gold rush. Miners flooded in from all over the world, chasing fortune in the nearby rivers and mountains. What started as a rugged gold settlement slowly grew, shaped by the wild surroundings and that frontier spirit. Over time, it transformed from gold pans and pickaxes to gondolas and ski lifts, and of course, jet boats. These days, Queenstown is a magnet for thrill seekers, food lovers, and anyone craving a taste of something epic. But under all the buzz and adventure, there's still that feeling of discovery in the air, just like it was back in the gold rush days. We didn't just arrive at the Shotover Jet. We earned it. After grabbing a coffee in town, we were picked up by one of the company's little shuttle buses, all friendly smiles and upbeat music. But that vibe changed very, very quickly. Because to get there, you had to drive deep into the mountains, twisting through narrow cliffside roads with sheer drops to one side and rock faces on the other. It's known as one of New Zealand's most dangerous roads, and as we climbed higher, with tyres edging closer to the gravel's edge, I started wondering if the real adrenaline rush was just getting there in one piece. But we pulled up to the base and saw that the river was slicing through the canyon, and nerves gave way to excitement. The Shotover Jet isn't just a ride, it's a blur of speed, spray, and scenery so stunning it barely feels real. And the footage we captured here, it might just be the best of the entire trip. Safety first. Flattering. There it is. That's the jet boat. And this is the canyon river we're going to be doing it on. It's going to be a hell of a thing. And that's the bus we come down on. Very bumpy. Now, when people say you have to do the Shotover Jet, they are not kidding. It's one of Queenstown's most iconic experiences, and for good reason. Strapped in, white-knuckled, and already questioning our life's choices, we took off, skimming across just inches of water, blasting through the canyons that felt way too narrow to be doing 80 kilometers through. And then, 360 after 360, soaking wet, slightly screaming, but absolutely loving it. It's the kind of thrill that leaves you buzzing for hours. Queenstown doesn't do things by halves, and neither does the Shotover Jet. There's nothing quite like being strapped into a boat, surrounded by strangers in waterproof jackets, silently pretending we're not all mildly terrified. The driver flashes a grin, which in hindsight is probably less reassuring and more of a warning. And then we're off, hurtling through the canyon at ridiculous speeds, dodging rocks that feel way too close for comfort, and spinning like a theme park ride that is designed by someone who hates your inner ear. And at this point, your options are simple: scream, laugh, or just hope that your camera doesn't go flying off into the water. And somehow, it's brilliant, terrifying, completely unnecessary, but absolutely brilliant. Getting absolutely soaked and slightly traumatized by the jet boat, we were starving. The plan, Fergburger. It's got a cult following online, and we were keen to see what all the hype was about. But as we got closer, the hype was very real. A queue around the block, easily 30 to 40 people deep, all waiting for a single burger. So we pivoted. And honestly, it was the best decision we could have made. We ended up eating at a little spot called Ramen by Tonoshi. And the food, next level. Rich broth, perfectly cooked noodles, tender pork. It was the kind of meal that hit every spot after a day like we just had. And it might not have the internet fame of Fergburger, but in our books, it was a serious win. As much as we loved Queenstown, there was one more place calling us back. Awaraki, Mount Cook. and the airport of disappointment. If you've seen the previous videos, you'll understand why I call it that. This time though, we weren't just admiring it from the base. We boarded a small plane and flew right to the top of the glaciers. Standing up there, surrounded by endless snow, jagged ice, and complete silence. It felt like another planet. We walked across the glacier, soaking in the altitude and the scale of it all. It was one of those rare moments where time just stops. And the best part, we didn't even have to climb it. After exploring, we took the most epic way down imaginable, a helicopter ride, weaving through the mountains with views that almost didn't feel real. Easily one of the best mornings of the entire trip.
That's it, we're on top of a glacier. I forgot what the name was, he did tell me, but look at this. That's what we came in. That flight was proper scary, bumpy as f***. Worth it though, because this place is amazing. Because we can't fly a drone, we just became the drone. There's Sam.
Hi.
But they said you need to wear a jacket, like a cool jacket, but nah. This is...
It's quite warm actually.
It is warm. Incredible. Not every day you get to stand on top of a glacier. No. This is amazing. I would definitely say to anyone, if they said, would you recommend it? My answer to that is 100%. You should definitely do this. Oh no, there's a crack in it. Is that dangerous? Oh. It's dangerous. I feel like it's falling apart. But yeah, definitely do this. Highly, highly recommended. It's a bit dodgy in the plane coming up, but it's fine. You can get a helicopter as well. I don't know how that works. I think you just pay for it and you either get the plane or the helicopter.
We get both.
Do you? Oh, right, okay. Oh, right, okay. I think by the sounds of it, we're swapping around. Sam knows. I should have listened. But look at this. Oh, there's another helicopter. There. Has landed, which is pretty cool. But this place was pristine. Look how clean all that snow is. We come along and ruin it. My feet are getting very cold.
Yeah?
Because I'm like...
The Glacier experience is one of those bucket list moments that sounds a bit over the top until you're actually there. We went with a company called In-Flight, and that includes a scenic flight up and a guided glacial walk, and of course a helicopter ride back. Not a bad way to spend the morning, of course. Price wise, you're looking at around about £200 or sort of 400 New Zealand dollar per person, which definitely isn't cheap. But honestly, it feels like one of those rare times where the cost actually matches the experience. Once you land, you're out on the glacier for around about 45 minutes, looking through the surreal ice formations and the deep crevices in the distance. There's no traffic, no buzzing, just a crunch of ice underfoot and the occasional wow from someone realizing their phone has no signal. It's not something you do every day, and honestly, it might be one of the most peaceful places I've ever stood. However, if you just want the views without the walking, there are scenic flights only. Some include glacial landings, some don't. Still stunning, but a bit more passive. And then there's the ice climbing tours where they hand you ropes and let you climb up frozen walls. Ideal if you've always wanted to feel like a National Geographic presenter or fall over on camera. No matter which one you go for, there's one thing that stays the same. The silence, the scale, and the weird feeling of being somewhere both incredibly peaceful and totally alien. After the Glacier walk and that unbelievable helicopter ride, we were back on the road heading toward Queenstown when we spotted something totally unexpected. A lavender farm right off the side of the road. Now, we've got a few back home in the UK, but nothing like this. Rows of vibrant purple stretching into the hills, the smell of lavender in the air, and of course, ice cream. Honestly, it felt more like something out of a postcard than a pit stop. We didn't plan it, didn't expect it, but ended up being one of those little gems you just find when you're not looking. A sweet surprise in every sense of the word.
3 random chairs. It's very suspicious. It's actually quite terrifying. I'm going to sit in one because I can. Dusty. Oh my god, they're a bit small. I just jabbed myself in the leg. Oh man.
This is by far one of the best ice creams I've ever had. Great way to, look at my hair, what no. It's a great way to just come off the planes and the helicopters. It's quite the way to, you know, split the day up. Bit of good ice cream, if you get the chance, definitely get it. Lavender Farm, incredible. After getting back from one of the most unforgettable experiences of my life, we did the only thing that made sense. Headed back to the crow's nest, kicked back and just sat with it all. Sometimes after a big moment, you don't need more noise. You just need to let it all sink in. Later that evening, once we'd recharged, we wandered back into town for dinner. We're currently at a bar called Flame, and it is a South African bar, and right now Sam is in her element, and so am I actually, because I'm going to have Guinness. Look at the menu though. Holy, it is extensive. And on the menu it talks about information about a braai and the South African traditions, which is, if I'm honest, pretty cool. I can't say it's bad because my girlfriend is South African, so I'll get beaten up. So it's amazing, honestly. I'm joking, it is amazing. The food in South Africa, like the way they cook it, everything is incredible. So this is going to be quite the treat. Another seafood chowder, can't be bad. Sam's got spiciest prawns. Actually called Mozambique prawns. Apparently, they actually look really good, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie. But this looks better. From the flame grilled meats to the bold smoky flavours, every bite was a knockout. It wasn't just dinner, it was a full-on event. Queenstown really knows how to do food, and this place, it might have just been one of the best meals of the entire trip. Oh, it's not another step. Bro. The next morning, with the skies clear and the caffeine levels restored with a huge can of V, we hit the road again, this time heading out to Arrowtown. Just a short drive from Queenstown, but it feels like stepping into a different world entirely. Once a booming gold rush town in the 1800s, Arrowtown has been kept in this old worldy charm. Narrow streets lined with wooden cottages tucked beneath the canopy of trees. It's a peaceful, quiet and beautifully preserved place. We wandered through the historic heart of the town, checked out the old Chinese settlement and just took our time. No rush, no noise, just a slow, golden morning in one of New Zealand's most charming little places. Arrowtown's story began in the 1860s when gold was discovered along the banks of the Arrow River. Almost overnight, it transformed from a quiet valley into a booming gold rush settlement, drawing in miners from across the globe, especially a large wave of Chinese workers who built their own riverside village just outside of town. At its peak, the town was bustling with thousands of hopeful prospectors, shops, saloons, and even gambling dens. But like all gold towns, the rush eventually slowed, and what was left behind is what we see today, a perfectly preserved little slice of history frozen in time. Arrowtown isn't just scenic, it's a living memory of a wilder, gold-hungry past. So currently, we are in Arrowtown. Ignore the music, I've got some Japanese lo-fi on. But we're in Arrowtown because it's on the list and it's a very nice place to be. I've got to say the town is gorgeous. But currently, we are sitting in the middle of nowhere. Well, it's actually not, it's on the edge of Arrowtown, panning for gold. At the minute, I think Sam has found more than me, even though I was the one that was more keen to do this, because this was one of the things that I thought I really want to try. Because something I didn't know is gold is completely fucking abundant in New Zealand, and there's a couple of rules in place. But if you have, this is how mad this is. If you have one of these and one of these, you don't need to put a claim on any land or rivers. You can literally go to a place like this, as long as you use no machines, you can dig for gold to your heart's content, unless I guess that land has been claimed by another party. But you can literally just go to any stream anywhere in New Zealand and just start panning for gold. But you cannot use machines. If you use machines, you need to purchase that claim of land in order to dig for gold. But we've hired our pans from the information centre just up the road, and it was $5 to hire the pan and a little trowel to dig, and then $2 for a little glass jar that you put your little gold findings in. And it's quite good actually. I quite like it. I've always wanted to do gold panning. I did it when I was in California, and now I'm doing it here, and Sam's never done it. It's a very patient game, I must admit. But I think it's definitely worth doing. It is 100% worth doing. And just look at the place as well. Look at this. This is just gorgeous. And then Arrowtown is literally just up there somewhere, and there's walks and hikes and all kinds of stuff. Definitely recommended. But I would say if you're going to come here, do some gold panning. Just enjoy it. You can do lessons as well, or they give you, where is it? Here it is. It's a bit crinkled, but you ready? Hang on. Oh shit. You get this, which is an instruction guide for panning for gold. I didn't think I needed it because I watch a lot of gold programs, so I was like, I don't fucking need it. But I might have a look just to refine my technique. But yeah, it's good. Definitely check it out. And after this, we're gonna go and have some food, I think. So yeah.
So it's going to be a quick stop off to see what this place has to offer. Old Town Cromwell is where we're going. Fun.
On the way back from Arrowtown, we made one last stop, a quiet little town nestled between the lakes and hills. Cromwell, known for its orchards, vineyards, and big stone fruit signs, Cromwell has a peaceful, sun-soaked charm. We wandered through the historic precinct by the lake with its old buildings and calm water views, the kind of place where time slows down and the fruit tastes better than anywhere else. It wasn't a long stop, but it didn't need to be. Just enough time to take it all in and appreciate how even the smallest detours in New Zealand can feel pretty unforgettable. Once we got back to Queenstown, we had a bit of time to kill, so we took one last stroll through town, just soaking it all in. The buzz of the streets, the golden light hitting the lake, and the quiet excitement of people heading out for the night. There's something about Queenstown in the evening that just feels good. But we had one last thing on the list, the Skyline Gondola. We headed up just as the sun was starting to dip, and the views at the top were honestly, it's hard to describe. Looking out over the whole town, the lake, the mountains stretching off into the distance, it was the perfect way to end the day. Calm, quiet, and absolutely breathtaking. So we have just stopped off at a place called Tianau on the way to Milford Sound. We've been on the coach for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Coach tours are good, but holy, are they exhausting. But the plan is to keep going. We're in Milford Sound at the minute. Well, Tianau, sorry. And then we're heading to Milford Sound. But Tianau as a place is fucking gorgeous. It is so good. This actually, I think personally, rivals Lake Taupo, which is one of our other favourite spots. But we're only here for half an hour, fortunately, because it is just a stop off. But yeah, it's really nice. Look at this. And annoyingly, I don't think I can get the drone up because I'm guessing this is going to be a very heavily restricted zone because there is seaplanes and helicopters. So probably no drones, fortunately. The next day, we ticked off something that's on just about everyone's New Zealand list, Milford Sound. Even though we had the car, we decided to take the coach for this one, and honestly, it was a great call. It meant neither of us had to worry about driving, and the coach made a few scenic stops along the way, places we might have missed if we were behind the wheel. It's easy to overlook excursions when you've got your own transport, but sometimes, just sometimes, they can be the smarter choice. That said, always read the small print. Some tours can sneak in hidden fees or rushed timings, but we booked well and got lucky with a solid setup. The road was stunning, dramatic cliffs, mirror lakes, winding valleys, and the kind of views where everyone on the bus just goes quiet. And this was all before we even reach the Sound.
So we are at a place called Monkey Creek. And apparently, I got no bottle, so the can has to do. Cleanest water you can get, because it's straight glacial water. It's good. I just said to Sam though, it tastes thick. I don't know how to explain it.
Milford Sound is often described as one of the most magical places on Earth. Towering cliffs, moss-covered mountains and waterfalls cascading down from every angle. But when we got there, it wasn't quite like that. You see, visiting in the summer means sunshine, which is great for travel, but not so great for waterfalls. With little rain and no snowmelt, most of them had slowed to a trickle, and the boat absolutely packed. Milford Sound is popular and for good reason, but that popularity comes at a cost. We still enjoyed the cruise, drifting between the cliffs and watching the sails back on the rocks, but if I was to do it again, I'd come when it's raining. Sounds crazy, but that's when Milford truly comes alive. Or better yet, I'd hike the surrounding trails, climb high, and look down at the Sound, watching the waterfalls from where they begin, because sometimes the best way to see a place like this is from a different angle. Milford Sound's one of those places that gets called the 8th wonder of the world, and to be fair, once you see it, you kind of get why. Towering cliffs, dramatic waterfalls, seals lounging around like they own the place, and it just looks like a fantasy film set. We booked a coach cruise combo, which I'd actually recommend if you don't fancy driving the 4+ hours from Queenstown yourself. Price wise, you're looking at around about £100 or $200 New Zealand dollar per person, depending on the tour company and whether lunch is included. Some even throw in glass roof coaches or scenic stops along the way, which is ideal if you like your road trips with fewer wrong turns. The cruise itself can last up to 2 hours, and most boats follow the same route from the harbour out towards the Tasman Sea, then looping back between the cliffs. Some companies use smaller boats which can feel more personal, others go big and pack in as many people as possible, like a floating cinema screen with a roof.
We are on a day cruise thing. We do get food included. Yeah, 1 apple, 2 cookies, a bag of crisps, whatever this thing is, and more importantly, pie. Chicken and mushroom. I don't knock it, usually the pies are pretty good, but this is the view. A mountain with a big black bar in the middle of it being censored. But I'm going to dip in, I think.
There's usually free tea and coffee, and if you're really lucky, a crew member who will drive the boat directly under a waterfall for fun. Just be warned, if you're coming in the summer, it can get very busy, but even with the crowds, the scenery sort of takes over. It's the kind of place that reminds you of how small you are in the best way possible.
And after an hour's or hour and a half drive or whatever it was, we made it to Wanaka. And this place is actually really nice.
Water's warm.
Is it warm, is it? Wanaka's like one of them places, I said to Sam, that it feels like it gives off very similar vibes as Lake Taupō. The kind of thing we're looking for if we want to move out. Our key factors if we're moving out here are like, we want somewhere by water, whether it be a lake or the sea, I don't think we really care. and somewhere that's got, you know, a good vibe. Not too touristy, but it's still got a bit of excitement about it. Wanaka's like Lake Taupo, but more tourist. Very popular because of the tree, which we're going to go and walk to, I think. And have a look at the Wanaka tree. We're heading there now. So, currently walking to the Wanaka tree, which is there somewhere. I don't know if you can quite see it. But unlike Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and all these influencers, it's not in water, as you can tell. Because look at it. It's all dry. It's the summer. So if you want to get a picture for the gram and be all f***ing influencer, come when it's raining, or in the winter when all the mountains have snow, because at the minute everywhere is dry. Let's see if we can enhance. Yeah, it's there somewhere, the Wanaka tree. And funnily enough as well, we were looking at on Google Maps, and on Google Maps it's actually down as hashtag the Wanaka tree. It's a bit odd, but it's already a bit of a crowd around the tree that's dry. But like Sam said, I don't. What's the significance of that tree? Why not one of these trees, or in a tree down there somewhere? Why is it got to be that tree? No doubt I'll do some research on it and get ChatGPT on the case. Probably can't even hear me because it's windy. But we're on our way. We'll get some pictures and do whatever we need to, and then I think the plan is then going to get some food, because both of us are rather hungry. And look at this, no sand, disappointingly. Go dry that shit, look at that. Fucking hell. I such a fucking letdown. On the internet it's always like, oh my god, you gotta see the tree at Wanaka Lake tree. Why not come to Wanaka for the lake? Look at it, the lake's amazing. It's a bit dry, mind. The lake's amazing. That's all. Look at it, shit. Sam, do something about it. Do something about it. Yeah. Make the tree better. It's famous. I like these trees. These are better. Do you want a picture with the tree? Okay. Like, I've seen a lot better trees in my time. And I've seen a lot of trees. Yeah, I know, but I don't know, it's still pretty. Like, as trees go, it's not great.
The next morning we took a slow drive out to Lake Wanaka, a chance to catch up with some of Sam's friends who live just a stone's throw from the water. It's a stunning spot, calm, open and surrounded by mountains that stretch way off into the distant haze. And of course, the world famous Wanaka tree. You've probably seen it. That lonely tree growing out of the lake with thousands of people lining up to snap a photo of said tree. But when we got there, it was summer. And just like the waterfalls at Milford, the tree looked a little limp. No drama, no magic light, just a twig sticking out of the lake. To me, it's just a tree. But the lake, the town, that's what really stood out. It's got this peaceful, lived-in feel. The kind of place that's easy to imagine staying for a while.
headed for the riverside around.
So that's it. Last day. Look at the hair. You know, it's currently the 20th of February, and our last day in New Zealand, unfortunately. But it is going to be a very, very long flight back home, back to miserable UK. Look at that. Look at this. How amazing is that? Let's do it over here, look. Let's swap over. Might get a better view, look. Yeah, there you go. Ah. So, as just mentioned, it is our last day. My view isn't any better. There we go. It is our last day, and the flight is very long home. And we've got an Uber booked for 8:30 because it is currently, I don't know, I think it's like 7:45. But New Zealand itself, very good. Very, very. I don't want to go home. But unfortunately, I got to. Because, unfortunately, the UK is where I live, which is very miserable. But nonetheless, we are getting a flight back home. And when we get back home, me and Sam are going to have some very important conversations because there are some places we'd like to live back out here, such as Taupo, as I've mentioned it a million times, and also Wanaka. Funnily enough, Wanaka on the South Island is incredible, apart from the Wanaka tree, which, if you're seeing this, you've probably seen my views on that because it would be something we've already done, because this is the end of the series. And if you're still watching the series, I appreciate the support and I appreciate you watching because it has been a long old watch. And hopefully there will be a couple more videos coming out about New Zealand with the footage I've got, maybe some epic drone stuff. And if you've made it this far, thank you. And with that, I'll see you in the next video. This really has been the adventure of a lifetime. We've seen some incredible places and done things I don't think perhaps we'll never get the chance to do again. When we first landed in Auckland, I had no idea just how much I'd fall in love with this country. Sure, there's been some moments that didn't quite live up to the hype, but I think it's not a New Zealand thing. I think it's just the world we live in, where social media can oversell everything. But overall, from the big cities to the wild coastlines, from the food and the wildlife to the land and the people, New Zealand has been unforgettable. And the best part, I got to do it with someone I'd do it again with in a heartbeat. Many years ago, I travelled Japan solo, and doing it by yourself is one thing, but sharing this place, this journey with someone, it changes everything. I really hope you've enjoyed the series. It's the first full series I've created here on the channel, and I've done my best to capture New Zealand in a way that does it justice. If you've enjoyed coming along for the ride, your support means the world. Like, share, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. And hopefully I'll see you in the next adventure. Thanks for watching.